What do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is a mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea! Oh! Oh! My God! No!
Lilu Dallas Multipass. Lilu Dallas Multipass.
We didn't want to loop that. Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, everybody. Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, whoever you're doing it with, however good it feels, and however many times you want to do it. Welcome. It's me, Legal Vices. Welcome to Legal Vices channel. We've got a new trial to start today. This is day one, morning of Florida, the state of Florida versus YNW Melly. He's been charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder, and if convicted, he is facing the death penalty. Not just any death penalty, the Florida death penalty. Why is that significant? Up until just recently, Florida used to require a unanimous verdict to find someone guilty. All 12 jurors had to find the person guilty. Then a couple of months later, when they do the sentencing phase, all 12 of those jurors would have to agree to put the defendant or the convicted person to death in order for the death penalty to be imposed. If only one of those 12 held out for any reason whatsoever, then the person would be given life in prison without the possibility of parole and saved from the death penalty. Well, after the Parkland shooting, the Florida governor pushed through a bill that became law saying that, and why this number? Because in the Parkland shooter death penalty phase, 9 of the jurors voted for death, and 3 of the jurors voted against the death penalty. So they pushed this through so that now it only takes 8 of the 12 jurors to sentence someone to death. 4 people, that's 2/3. 2/3 majority is all it takes for the government to take away the life of a citizen in the state of Florida. That's concerning, regardless of your stance on whether or not you think the death penalty is good or bad. The fact that you're lowering the standard to the government being able to take away your life legally on a 2/3 vote of 12 ignorant slobs off the street should be terrifying. But our man YNW Melly is one of, if not the first, to be tried under this particular new law. So he's if he's convicted, he's facing a very low hurdle to meet his maker. So what are we going to do with this trial? I know nothing about it. I've literally read 2 articles just so I could have some sort of mind frame to work with. We'll read the same 2 articles I read, and then we'll watch the trial, which I like. I don't like reading all of the motions and getting to see what was excluded, reading all the gossip columns, all the blogs, watching all the law and cuck stuff, all of the garbage, where your mind gets polluted. Because when you're dealing with criminal trials, what you hear in the media, what you see, what you read, the briefs, everything, that all matters not a whit. What matters, and the only thing that matters, is what is presented in court to the jury. If it's not submitted in court, if it's not argued in court in front of the jury, it's not evidence, and therefore it didn't happen. The jury is going to decide whether this person is guilty or not based solely on the evidence that is presented to it during the course of the trial and the arguments made by the lawyers. So that's what I like to see, the pure form. And that's what we're going to see, that as much as possible. Like I said, this is not something, I cannot stream the whole entire trial every dang day. I'm going to do my best to do as much as possible every day, and then sort of offer a condensed version the following day. So we'll usually be half a day to 1 day behind. But the good thing about this is Friday is a day off for the court. So we can use Fridays to catch up. The trial is expected to go about 1 month. We'll do what we can with it as long as there's interest in it. Well, I'll do my best to cover as much as possible. I said, whether it's streaming just certain witnesses or whether it's giving parts of certain witnesses, or whether it's just speeding, going through it. We'll see what the pace is. Maybe we can like step it up to 1.5 speed or whatnot. We'll work on something. It's only Monday through Thursday. So 4 days. The prosecution has said they need about 12 days to present their case, and the defense has said they need about 4. So that will be 4 weeks. And then after that, we've got Taylorship business. But we're going to work with this the best we can, and hopefully we'll have some guests on and whatnot as we normally do. But keep an open mind going into this. Again, knowing nothing, I have no prejudice one way or the other against this. I don't even have an opinion. I don't even have a personal opinion as what I think may have happened, because I don't know anything, which is good, because this is the rant that I give at the beginning of every trial. If you've seen me do these trials before, you've heard me rant about this a lot. If this is your first trial with me, then this is my philosophy on these trials. We have a duty. We, meaning us as people and the jurors, have a duty to assume that this man has been wrongfully accused. We have to assume this man did not do it. We have to assume the police got the wrong guy. We have to assume that the prosecution brought charges against the wrong guy. We have to assume that he is being unjustly charged with first-degree murder and facing the death penalty. Why? Because that is what the American system of justice stands on. The firmly established principle that everyone is innocent unless they are proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt in a fair trial in front of a fair and impartial jury. That's it. The state, the government, the state of Florida in this case, has the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that they got the right guy. And until they prove beyond a reasonable doubt that they got the right guy, you have a duty to assume they did not. It's a case of he didn't do it, prosecution, change my mind. That's the mindset we have to take into this. All right, with that with that little bit of a rant out of the way, we've got a couple of things here. Okay, fine. We finally got Law and Cuck. They have finally added this to their list, saying we'll be starting in 14 minutes. It'll be interesting to see how this goes. I came to know about this case because we were doing the Travis Rudolph case, and then suddenly one day it just ran up. Everybody's like, is this Melly? Is this Melly? Is this, what the fuck is a Melly? I don't know what Melly is. And then searching out, oh, it's a trial that's happening today. So that's why we're here. There was enough interest in it. I thought we'll give this a crack and see. We haven't even started yet, and we've got 519 of you here and 250 likes. That means half of you haven't done their job. Get over there and hit the like button while we're waiting for this trial to start, and subscribe if you haven't already done so. I would be deeply, deeply honored to have your subscription as we go into this. And we have our like and subscribe poll, which is just a cheesy little thing for you to do to remind you to hit the like and subscribe and to participate. Our poll today is, did you murder the like and subscribe buttons? Your choices are yes, I'm the rap master now. 2 is yep, beyond a reasonable doubt. 3 is yeah, love it in the first degree. And the last choice is busted a cap in its ass, allegedly. So there we go. That's your choice. We will come back and look at the we'll look at the numbers a little bit later just for giggles. But please hit that like button. It really, 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 really helps. And the Lonely Kakapo has started out with the very first super chat of the day. Thank you so much for that. Taking bets in a scale of 1 to Dominic, how ratchet is this case going to get? Oh, Dominic was the ratchet queen from the Travis Rudolph case. I don't know. I have no idea about this case. Nothing. I got to go with a solid 5 then. I have no reason to believe it's going to go one way or the other because I just don't know. Perhaps other people in chat do, and you can put your number from 1 to Dominique, how ratchet is going to be, because I just don't know. And oh, by the way, the super chats, they are not required to engage with me. They're graciously and gratefully accept it if you want to part with your hard-earned money to show your support for the channel. I deeply, deeply appreciate it, and it will guarantee that your chat is read. Otherwise, we just pick the chats as I see them, as I can focus on them, and we just we deal with things. We deal with the chats as they come and bring them up. But the super chats and the things like that, they all get read across the board, no problems. So that's your guarantee. And the person with the highest super chat will be thanked as the current Law Rax of the Vice Rax of the day. I'm the Law Rax. You'll be my Vice Rax with the highest super chat of the day. It's just a fun little way of saying it. And we unlock the Doggo Cam achievement at $100. We've got the dogs in their normal sleeping positions on either side of me. So we're just all ready to go. But we have another Buddha Berries bringing the super chat. Please, for the love of God, competent mic usage. Oh yeah, the courts never get the microphone right. The defense in the Travis Rudolph case, they were good with the mics. The prosecution never figured out what the 7 gigantic microphone-looking things in front of their heads were for the entire trial. So we'll just have to see. I don't know. I don't even know what court this is in. I don't know anything about it. And for those of you that are mentioning if Gosney is going to be around, Steve Gosney is in the middle of his own death penalty stuff he's working on, so he's taking a break from streaming until he says otherwise. So for the foreseeable future, the Gosman is out. And speaking of things that are coming up, which nobody did, we're going to be doing this trial for the rest of the week until Friday. Friday's a rest day for the court. So Friday will be my F at Friday stream. I'm going to be putting together a giant panel of guests, and we're just going to go with this thing as long as possible. It's my one day a month where we just grift, and we grift for booze, and we have a lot of fun. You throw your money at me, I drink. We have a huge panel of guests. They drink, and we all have drunken fun together. It's a blast. If you haven't seen them, go back and watch some of them. They're quite wild. The last one was so wild, it's no longer on YouTube. So that should give you a little bit of an idea as to what goes on there. Right. With that out of the way, we've got about 10 minutes before trial starts. So now I think is a good time to do the other daily thing. We do the daily booze, the daily alcohol, the daily cocktail, the daily whatever it is, because that's what Legal Vices does. We are Legal Vices. My friend who's been here for many years, he's leaving tomorrow. He was packing up over the weekend, and he said, Vices, well, he called me Jeff. He said, Jeff, do you want my empty bottles? I'm taking my full bottles, but do you want my empty bottles? Not my empty bottles, my open bottles. Like, okay, sure. Thinking there was 3, 4, 5 bottles. I went to pick them up, and there was 24 bottles of alcohol. So now I literally have more alcohol than I have space to put them. And there's some that I've never seen before. So today's whiskey is this little number. I have never seen it before in my life. It's Lusty Claw, it's called. It's got a really weird label on the back. Distilled in Kentucky, bottled by Florida Caribbean Distillers in Auburndale, Florida for Black Sea Imports, Brooklyn, New York. So this is like all over the map here, but it's distilled in Kentucky. It's aged a minimum of 3 years, it says. And it is, where is the ABV? It's 45% alcohol, 90 proof. And I've never tried this before, so let's try today's whiskey live in person, the Lusty Claw whiskey. It's got a hell of a cool bottle. Let's see what it tastes like. I've never seen this, never tasted it, so we get the first reactions. Smells like bourbon. Got a little bit of the caramel, molasses thing. Some of the little oakiness. It's kind of weak. It doesn't smell very strong. It's got kind of a weak smell to it. Got a little bit of a corn flavor going on. Maybe some oranges. Caramel. There's some caramel in the finish. It's kind of flat. It's nothing special, but it's not bad. I have no idea how much it costs or even where to buy it. It doesn't have a lot of body to it. It doesn't have a lot of, I don't know. It's one of those things you drink and you go, okay. And you just keep drinking it because it's there. Sorry, Lusty Claw people, if you ever happen to see this. There's a little bit of butter. The finish is long. There's a little bit of butter going, but for 45%, it doesn't taste that strong. Huh. Okay, I guess we should say it's smooth. It's smooth, but it's not full-bodied. All right, that's out of the way. That's enough. We don't need any more of that. All right. Huh. Let's look at what this trial is all about. We've got a few minutes to kill here. And we have one more super chat that just came in from Kirby95, the 5 English pounds. Taking bets now. How long before the prosecution brings up his song, Murder on My Mind? I didn't even know he had a song called Murder on My Mind, but probably less than a minute would be my guess. Guesses in the chat. I'm going with their opening. Oh, with a song title like that, I'm guessing within the first minute. That's where I would put it if I was a prosecutor. What's the trial about? Well, that's what we're going to find out right now when we read this article. We're doing this. We're learning this together. If you haven't already followed Melly, if you're like me, and because who else better than a 53-year-old like Western from Utah cowboy lawyer living in Korea? Who more than a 53-year-old white cowboy from Utah practicing law in Korea to speak definitively on matters of urban youth and rap music than me? Who better? I don't even know what I'm doing here, but we're going to take it and we're going to give it all the fairness it deserves. Perhaps I'm the best person to review this because I have no preconceived notions other than I pretty much hate all rap equally. There's a few good songs out there, but not much I can really listen to. So, all righty then. Present the story. Where is the story? Share the story. We're watching the court cam, nothing there. This is young Master Melly here, NWL Melly, and here are the details so far. This has been a very long time. This took a very long time to go to trial. It's been 1,628 days, 1,600 days since police say he shot and killed 2 of his friends. How many years is that? Divide 1,628 by 365. 4.4 years ago. 4.4 years ago. So about 4 years and 5 months ago, this happened. That is a long time to go to trial. Somebody saying, check out Judge Elizabeth Scherer. Is she doing this? Is this in Judge Scherer's court? Seriously? Oh, please. What? How can this be in Judge Scherer? What? Okay. All right. Really? Huh. All right. Anywho, 4.4 hours. All right. Wait, no, it can't be. Anyway, sorry. We'll talk about that later. Shot and killed 2 of his friends in October 2018. Following years of delays, the South Florida rapper is finally set to stand trial for double capital homicide. Those are not the charges you want, people. YNW Melly was one of the most buzzing rap artists in the game at the start of 2019, when a viral hit, Murder on My Mind, a cosign from Kanye West, and a quickly expanding fan base. That came crashing down when he was arrested on February 13th, 2019, and charged with the shooting deaths of his friends and fellow group members YNW Jervy, Chris Thomas, and YNW Sack Chaser. Youths, if you're looking for a good rap name, Sack Chaser ain't it. That sounds just a little bit gay. Sack. I know it's probably like money sack, money bags, like you're chasing the money, but call it bag chaser or bank chaser. Don't call yourself Sack Chaser. The arrest came following a 5-month investigation into the murders. On the night of the killings, October 26, 2018, Williams and Thomas were dropped off at the National Memorial Hospital in Miramar, Florida, about 4:35 a.m. by YNW Bortland. We're going to drop the YNW from these names. We're just going to call them their names. Both men were suffering from multiple gunshot wounds and were already deceased. Well, if they were already deceased, they weren't suffering from gunshot wounds. They had suffered them. Bortland claimed the two men were victims of a drive-by shooting by unknown assailants, okay? Police eventually surmised Melly was the shooter and arrested him in Bortland. Bortland was apprehended in Houston and extradited back to Florida to face charges of murder and accessory to murder. Jamel Demons, a.k.a. YNW Melly, and Cortland Henry have been arrested and charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. Okay, so there's another dude on trial, too. Apparently not here in this one, though. Excuse me, I've got to cough here. All right, sorry about that. The victims, Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas Jr., were killed on 10/26/2018. The investigation, supported by forensic evidence, has concluded that Demons shot and killed... See, Melly, YNW Melly. I'd be YNW Demons. That's like a way better name. Demons is a way better, musician name than Melly. Anyway, they're saying that they shot these 2 guys, and Demons and Henry staged the crime scene to resemble a drive-by shooting. Okay. YNW Melly was denied bond, so he's been in jail for 4.5 years without bond. Yikes. He maintained his innocence in the case, claiming he was falsely accused. To all my fans and supporters, no, I did not get locked up in Washington, but I am turning myself in today. I want you guys to know I love you and appreciate every single one of y'all. A couple months ago, I lost my 2 brothers by violence, and now the system wants to find justice, Melly wrote on Instagram. Unfortunately, a lot of the rumors and lies are being said, but no worries. God is with me and my brother, Bortland, and we want y'all to remember it's the YNW family. I love you, Sack Chaser and Juvie. Hashtag free us. I like that. That's a good hashtag. Hashtag free us. In 2019, February, new details about the chase emerged to the public. Okay. Which concluded, I hesitate to agree with the word concluded, which concluded that Thomas and Williams were shot from inside the car and not from outside, as Bortland claimed. Okay. Authorities say that a single .40 caliber shell casing was found inside the vehicle on the floorboard of the left rear passenger side, which was where then 19-year-old Melly was allegedly sitting at the time of the shooting. Okay, that looks bad. The investigation surmises that Bortland and Melly later shot at the car from the outside to try to stage the drive-by shooting story and drove around with the bodies for hours before finally going to the hospital. That's one side of the story. In March of 2019, Melly pleaded not guilty. He is denying he was present during the shooting. Okay, so somebody put him there and he's saying, I wasn't even there, dudes. So the state has to put him there at the scene. He's denying he was present during the shooting and has no motive to shoot his friends. The prosecution, however, claims the killing may have been due to an argument over money and Sack Chaser allegedly threatening Melly's mother, Jamie King. Okay, in April of 2019, prosecutors announced they would be seeking the death penalty, which was supported by the family of the victims. That November, prosecutors released crime scene photos from the case that reportedly supported their claim that the victims were shot from inside the vehicle. Okay, here's our players, I guess, in the case. Right rear passenger, right front passenger, left front driver, and Melly in the back left. Okay, they've got their directional rods there. Okay, that I don't know. That, we'll have to hear. That doesn't really, I don't know which way that came from. Did it come from the back to the front? Did it come from the front to the back? Did it go all from outside the back of the window? Who knows? We'll just have to see what the prosecution has to say. In the past, let's check here on the stream, see what's going on. No, we are still waiting. It's 10:02. Nothing is happening at the court just yet. So we'll continue our little story here. Let me bring this window up where I can see it. The case has been moving at a snail's pace as both sides prepare for a lengthy trial and argue over evidence. Fredo Bang, that's a great name. Probably Bong, he's probably Korean. Fredo doesn't sound like a good Korean name, does it? Fredo Bong, who reportedly had contact with Melly on the night of the... Okay, it's not a lawyer. So Freddie Bang, that's who it's going to be. That's his street name. Freddie Bang, who reportedly had contact with Melly on the night of the murders, has refused to answer questions about the case. Good for him. The death penalty was dropped in July of 2022, only to be proposed again in November of that year. Melly has also been accused of planning an escape from jail and having pipe bombs. I ain't good, which his attorney Raven Liberty denies. Oh, Raven Liberty. That's a good lawyer name, Raven Liberty. That's a great name for a defense lawyer, Raven Liberty. Raven Liberty, defense law. A trial officially begins with jury selection, which started in the Melly case on Monday, April 10th. It's expected to take weeks to select an impartial jury for the popular rapper's case. Judge John J. Murphy III is presiding. Hey, why are we talking about asking about Judge Mommy? She has nothing to do with this case. Yeah, she resigned anyway. We'll talk about that in a minute, I guess. Judge John J. Murphy III is presiding over the trial. John J. Murphy III. On Monday night, Melly's mother celebrated the start of the trial on Instagram. Melly's mom, you should be praying rather than celebrating. Well, I guess you're celebrating it to get it over with. Official update on YNW Melly. We started jury selection today and will continue over the next 2 weeks, she wrote. Trial will start June 5th. No more delays. Free Melly 2023. Melly's coming home, she captioned the post. Today I went to court expecting more delays, but we start jury selection. I can't explain how I feel. My anxiety is everywhere, but God's got us. Broward County Attorney's Office confirmed that opening statements and testimony in Melly's trial are scheduled for June and July. Reached out to Melly's attorney for comment. Something was said on YouTube, and we don't know what that was. On Instagram, and we don't know what that was. All right, so that's the first article, and again, we've still no movement on the court here. They've still got their regular thumbnail screen up. I'll let you know as soon as that changes. And while I was reading all of that, let's go back and check out some of the super chats. Quicks said, check out Judge Elizabeth Scher. Why? What is she? What now? Instead of saying check her out, tell me what happened, because I can't stop the stream just to go check her out. Say, Judge Elizabeth Scher did this. What has Judge Mommy done now? I'll just quickly Google it and see what's there has been no news about her since okay, why are we checking her out? There's been no news since she resigned and there was calls for her public reprimand. That's kind of where we left off about a week ago. I think was the last there was anything on her. But if there's something we need to see about her, let me know. Watermelon, $5. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Lyrics of Murder on My Mind. I didn't mean to shoot him. He just caught me by surprise. I told him it's too late, my friend. It's time to say goodbye. Well, the song came out before the killing. So, I mean, that would be really weird if he planned the murder and then wrote a song about it before. That would be really, really dumb. So I'm sure they'll bring it up though, unless it's already been excluded. We don't know. We'll just have to see what it is. I literally know nothing about this other than what we've read. We're gonna play it by ear. But now I would be a little more sus about the lyrics to that song if it came out after his death. That would be, it'd be like the narco corridos that the Mexicans and then the South Americans do. They sing the songs about their drug crimes and whatnot. But just to have him write the song and then kill the guy, that'd be dumb. Where the fuck is the trial for Free Melly 2023? We're waiting for it to start. We've gotten nothing so far. We're just we're biding our time. We're biding our time. Nothing on Law and Crime as to when it's supposed to happen. All of the jurors and everybody was instructed to be there and ready to go by 9 a.m. Eastern time, which was 7 minutes ago. So we're just waiting on the court. There's a lot of calls for freeing Melly here. And like I said, I don't know him, and we'll give him a fair crack on this channel. But for those of you that are huge fans of Melly and have no idea who the hell I am, I'm going to call it as I see it. We make irrelevant. We make a lot of irrelevant comments. We make a lot of irreverent comments. We interject sick, dark, bizarre lawyer humor into the proceedings, but we treat them with respect. We give the defendants a fair shake because, as we said at the beginning, the standard of proof is guilty unless proved innocent. Good thing I didn't finish that sentence. I would have had to punch myself in the head. Innocent unless proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt in a fair and unbiased trial. Well, again, there's not much movement in the court. So let's read this second article that I had about that. So anyway, if any of you are like really super big fans of his, don't get butthurt when we crack jokes. We're just doing it to lighten the mood and to keep people entertained. It's a commentary channel. It's an entertainment channel. Although it's done with a little bit of maybe accidental legal education happens during it. But if you just want a straight trial with nobody talking and nobody doing anything, you might want to go over to Law and Crime. But I would advise you, and I would recommend that you stay here because Vice Squad chat is the best chat. Oh, we almost had some movement here, but then they blanked out the camera again. All right, we'll just read the Miami Herald here until we go. Life or death. Fate of murder on my mind. Rapper arrested with 8 jurors. Oh, 8 jurors. Okay, that's for the death penalty. I thought, what? That was kind of weird. Rapper Melly's double murder trial is expected to start June 12th. It's expected to start 9 minutes ago. After a jury on Friday lowered the threshold for a death sentence. That was what we were talking about. Previously, you had to have a unanimous recommendation or unanimous approval or agreement of all 12 jurors in order to impose the death penalty. Now, it's only 8 of 12. All right, we are in court now. Goodbye, article. Let's get rid of that. And bring up the court. This trial is now getting underway. From what I've seen, that is the defendant over there, and the audio sounds fantastic. I might even have to turn the audio down a little bit. I don't know, how's the audio compared to my voice now, chat? Just let me know. Alrighty. Well, he said his attorney was Raven Liberty. That guy doesn't look like a Raven Liberty to me. Well, while we're waiting for that, we'll read the Gerda D. Thank you so much for the 11-pound super chat. You are now the official Vice Racks for the day. Good morning / afternoon / evening from the Netherlands. Well, good morning to you. I guess it's good afternoon now, isn't it? Good afternoon to you in the Netherlands. And let's put up all of our little banners and things. Oops, start the closed caption. Okay, now the lady behind him, she's built like a Raven Liberty. She's probably Raven Liberty. What did I say? Matt Stanford, what? Didn't I say euro? What did I say? I thought I said 11 euros. What did I say? In my head, I said euros. I don't know what came out. What did I say? Oh, he said pounds? Well, I'm an idiot. Why would I say pounds? Okay. John Gordon bringing the 2 euros. Bringing the $2. He's going to take the stand. Is he? Who knows? No idea. He's not going to take the stand. He is going to take the stand. I don't know. Yeah, she definitely looks like a Raven Liberty. Sorry. Wow. I said pounds? Well, I'm dumb. All right. Thanks. Thanks for calling me out. In my head, I said euros. I don't know what came out of my hole. Dude made bank. He has like a plethora of lawyers. Good for him, young man. Lawyer up. Lawyer up, my little man. You deserve it. If you can afford it, you lawyer the shit out of yourself. I'm going to turn the volume down just a little bit till somebody actually starts speaking. God, how many of these people are his lawyers? I'm guessing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lawyers, possibly 7 over there on the other side. Holy cow. All right, let's banner up. I'm typing furiously here. All right, there's a whole lot of nothing going on. Oh, God dang it. I just typed a bunch and I didn't save it. I hate myself. Now I have to retype it. Oh, she's got her visual aids there. Twice I did that. I hate StreamYard. All right, they're just what are we waiting for, kids? La la la. We've all got matching laptops. That's cool. Right. All right, well, I'll turn the volume down just a little bit more and we can continue with our little conversation here while we're waiting for somebody to say something. Ordinarily, I found in life that the quickest way to get someone to do something is to start doing something else. So, what have we got here? Let's see. Mustoyos. There's holy demons, Batman guilty. Oh, come on. We know, no. Just because his name's Demons doesn't mean he's a bad guy. Helen T, what's up? We're all doing great. We're just waiting for this little old trial here of ours to get underway. And for the record, we were about $60 away from Doggo Cam. Maybe 50, somewhere around there. Oh, well, now we're slightly closer. Annie L has just signed up to be a new member. She's the newest member of the Clean and Sober crew. Thank you so much, Annie L. We just find it great to have you here. We're glad you're here. Hope you stick around with us for a long time. And TGR Ghost Rider, I'm currently waiting for voir dire to start and won't be able to watch much today. So take some money. Well, thank you. Deeply appreciated. I hope something exciting happens before you have to go deal with that certainly unexciting part of the day and the unexciting part of the trial. Voir dire is repetitive. But thank you so much for the super chat. And still holding as today's Vice Racks, it's Gerda D with 11 euros. Let's see here. Is he the guy with bipolar? I don't know. I know literally nothing about him. I'm just waiting to see what the prosecution throws at me and expects me to believe. This courtroom got those ASMR mics. You can damn near hear the dust settling. Well, that is a fresh and welcome change from every other trial we've dealt with for the past year. There's probably one person that hasn't found their way into court yet. And the judge is probably getting pissed because everybody from the defense is there. I'm sure the prosecutors aren't late. Don't annoy the judge at the beginning. Ike Evneris. Sorry, don't know quite exactly how to pronounce it. Became a YouTube member as well. Ike has just joined the Fallen Angels level. Whoa. I bow down to your graciousness, sir. Thank you so much. Wow. Throwing down the case for the top tier. Oh, we got a little bit quieter in the courtroom. What does that mean? Probably nothing. Is this in ATL? No, this is in Florida. This is down in Florida where they like to kill people. In court and out of court, apparently. Thanks, kitten. Is the judge covered in plastic wrap? Either that or it's the grand finale of a really bad prawn movie. I think it's the fake granite. That's got to be fake granite because that just looks like fake granite or marble. It's weird, though, whatever it is. It's like the judge has sounded the horn and retreated to Helm's Deep. Timothy Schultz bringing the $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Timothy. Deeply appreciated. Wonder if where the term "it's demon time" came. I wonder if this is where the term "it's demon time" came from. Well, same state. You know. Ooh, all right. There's some eye candy for the women. Little buff bailiff walking around there. Got a strut to him. The jury is ready. Let's pump up the volume and bring the jury in.
That's my understanding is the jury's here. Are we all ready to proceed? State?
Yes, Your Honor.
Facts? Yes, sir. All right, so let's bring the jury in.
All right. Broward County, I believe. I'm not sure. Crafty lady member for 5 months asked any idea what county. Broward County is kind of what my gut tells me. Flux. Flux. Supermod Flux in the house. The beacons have been lit. Canada calls for aid. Well, so is this judge here. He sounded the horn of Helm's Deep. The Ents are going to come and rescue him. Gandalf's on his way. Oh, they've not. Oh, that's formal. That's formal. They knock on the door to have the jury enter. Wow, that's kind of cool. The judge needs some RGB camera lights. That'd be funny. And like when he's mad, he just like ups the red tones, and then when he's soothed, he goes back to like the blue. Like judge mood lighting. That's what we need.
Okay, are all jurors present or accounted for? Yes, sir. Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the attendance of Mr. Demon, State Counsel, the Assistant State Attorney, as well as the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you all have a nice weekend. We're about ready to begin today. At this time, the attorneys for the parties have the opportunity to make.
We've got 1,000 people here now. 500 likes. Everybody hit the like button. Let's get this thing up there. Come on.
Summarize the facts that they expect the evidence will show. The statements that the attorneys now make and the arguments that they later make are not to be considered by you as either evidence in the case or as your instructions in the law. Nevertheless, these statements are intended to help you properly understand the issues, the evidence, and the applicable law. So you should give them your close attention. Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies.
All right, these are opening statements. I need to go get my notebook. Hang
On
on.
October 26th of 2018, this defendant shot and killed 2 of his friends. He killed Christopher Thomas and Anthony Williams. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to set out the story and how this unfolded and lay out what I expect the evidence will show during the course of this trial. First thing you're going to hear is that at 4:35 a.m. on October 26th of 2018, Cortland Henry, the co-defendant, shows up at Memorial Miramar Hospital. In his car, he has 2 dead bodies. In the front passenger seat is Anthony Williams. In the rear passenger seat is Christopher Thomas. They are dead, they are riddled with bullets, and the car is full of blood. Christopher Thomas is sitting in the rear. There is multiple defects to his body. Anthony Williams, who is sitting in the front, has 2 major injuries. Officer Jessica Amangor is working a detail at the hospital. Cortland Henry runs in, starts telling a story about a drive-by. Quote unquote, drive-by.
Ooh, she said
Henry,
drive-by.
You're going to learn a lot about Miramar geography during the course of this trial. Tells a story that he and his buddies, just the 2 that are in the car, were at a music studio here in downtown Fort Lauderdale at 805 Northeast 4th Avenue. He's going to tell law enforcement, and you're going to hear this statement, you're going to hear the actual audio of him telling law enforcement, we were at the recording studio, we drove home, as they lived out in West Miramar. You're going to hear Cortland say that they come across in the path of travel, that they're getting off the highway on I-75 southbound to go west on Miramar Parkway. And you're going to hear that on Miramar Parkway, sometime between 160th, which is also commonly referred to as Dykes Road, and 172nd, Cortland Henry says they were shot at. That he ducked down, and you'll see him doing that in the video, and that he didn't see any car, he didn't see any people, he has no information, and that he quickly went to the nearest hospital. So you're going to learn that when you go on Miramar Parkway and you take that right at 172, Memorial Miramar is just about 1 mile north. So the distance between most major intersections in Broward County is 100. So you're going to learn that from 160th to 172nd, 1 mile. From 172nd to the next major intersection on Miramar Parkway, 184th, 1 mile. So you're going to hear and find that Mr. Henry's statement that the car is traveling westbound on Memorial Parkway, then goes north on 172nd and shows up at the hospital for the drive-by is completely and utterly false. How can I tell you that, ladies and gentlemen? Well, the detectives from Miramar at this point shut down the entire length of Miramar Parkway from 160th to 172nd. And they sit and they walk side by side for an hour, that mile-long stretch, looking for evidence of this drive-by. Because evidence is the remnants a crime leaves behind. And in this case, the lack of evidence is very important. There is a lack of any evidence whatsoever to support that a drive-by happened on Miramar Parkway. What would they look for? Shell casings, glass fragments, projectiles, tire marks. You're going to hear that there is none of that found whatsoever. So then they said, well, maybe we have the time frame wrong. Maybe we have the location wrong. So they walk an additional mile from 172 to 184th. Still nothing. No broken glass, no projectiles, no fired casings. Detectives know they have a Jeep that they are looking at the Memorial Miramar Hospital that has 16 easily identifiable bullet defects, that has a broken out rear view window and 2 broken side windows on the passenger side. Things aren't adding up. So detectives work backwards. They are then able to determine that 805 Northeast 4th address, that it's a recording studio, and that the recording studio is equipped with cameras. And ladies and gentlemen, you're going to see footage from both inside and outside of that recording studio. You're going to learn that on the morning of the 26th at approximately 1 p.m., detectives went out to the recording studio to try and see if somebody had followed the victims, to find out how they knew where they were going to be to set up this drive-by. In the video, that is the first time detectives learned that there was actually 4 people in that gray Jeep, and that the defendant, Jamel Demons, is in the rear driver's side.
It's demons, not demons, people.
So let me set the scene for you at the recording studio, because there's actually 8 young men there. You're going to hear they arrived at the recording studio, not much was getting done. They were tired. They left at 3:19, and they got into 2 vehicles. So first vehicle is a red Mitsubishi SUV. In that red Mitsubishi SUV, 4 individuals get into it. Travion Glass, Dontavius Withers, Jacoby Mills, and Adrian Davis. They are in the red Mitsubishi. In the gray Jeep, you have the driver, Cortland Henry, rear driver's side passenger, Jamel Demons, Anthony Williams in the front seat, and Cortland Henry again, the driver, Christopher Thomas in the rear. What you will find and what you will hear, ladies and gentlemen, is that this gray Jeep leaves the recording studio, goes over to I-95, takes I-95 south to 595, 595 across to I-75 south, I-75 south to Miramar Parkway. You're going to see traffic cameras from the Department of Transportation that show the cars going across 595, one after the other. In those videos, you're not going to see them stop. And it's just a small portion of which is covered by cameras on that. But then what you're going to see is the cell phone evidence. The digital leash. The item that is carried around in everyone's pocket, in everyone's car, used on a daily basis. Because you're going to see, as Jamel Demons leaves that recording studio, he's got his phone in his hand, and he's playing on this phone. You're going to see on that phone information that Anthony Williams had his phone with him. And the interesting fact that's important to keep in mind is Anthony Williams, the deceased in the front passenger seat, and Jamel Demons, who is the shooter, in the rear driver's side passenger seat, have the exact same make and model of cell phone. Not only do they have the same make and model of cell phone, they are on the exact same cell phone plan. They're using the same service, the same cell towers, everything like that. So you can compare the information from those two cell phones and see how they track together. Christopher Thomas, who's the deceased in the rear passenger seat, he had an iPhone as well, and he was on the Sprint service at the time. In the other car, that red Mitsubishi, Dontavius Withers also had a Sprint service cell phone. So ladies and gentlemen, you have individuals in two cars and all of the cell phone tracks together, going across 595, going until they get to Miramar Parkway and 184th. At 184th, the red Mitsubishi goes south, and you will then see it at 3:50 a.m. going through the guard gate at Sunset Lakes. That was the gated community in which the individuals were all living at the time of this homicide in October of 2018. On the Sunset Lakes guard video, the red Mitsubishi goes through, the gray Jeep doesn't. The gray Jeep instead goes north and then proceeds to go to the actual scene of the homicides. The gray Jeep goes north on 184th up to Pines Boulevard. From Pines Boulevard, it travels west all the way to the edge of the Everglades, where it is desolate, where it is dark, where there are no witnesses. The gray Jeep goes down south on US 27 and turns left on Pembroke Road. You're going to learn that Pembroke Road does not connect through. That right there, Pembroke Road dead ends at a
Okay,
trash
they went to a
facility.
dead end. All right.
That at that recycling facility, you're not going to see people. You're not going to see activity. There's no street lights. And at 4:02 a.m., Jamel Demons exits that vehicle and stages that drive. Because, ladies and gentlemen, remember, at this time, Miramar is going and working backwards. They're looking for communication to figure out how and why and how the location of this Jeep was known, why they would be targeted. At that point, there is no communication. You're not going to see any sort of phone calls, any sort of text messages going out,
It's
setting up
endearing.
any
She's
sort
cute.
of meeting at the edge of the Everglades at 4 a.m. What you are going to find is that after the surveillance footage is brought up, some of these other individuals say, oh no, we stopped.
Must admit,
We
the
stopped
court
the car,
reporter's
and
kind of
Mr.
creeping me
Demons
out a
on the
bit.
side of the highway, got out of the gray Jeep
It's like
and got into
a
the
shaven
red Mitsubishi.
Ron Jeremy.
But ladies and gentlemen, it's important to know and look at the details, because the details don't match up. One person says, oh, it's at this location. One person says it's over here on the side of the road. Look at what the physical evidence shows, and that's what I would suggest to you is the most reliable things. So on the physical evidence, the Jeep is towed to the Miramar substation, and a search warrant is executed on it. And at that point, officers, crime scene technicians, and investigators start going through the contents of the Jeep. And all of the ballistic from the drive-by are all coming from the passenger side in towards the driver's side.
Well, that's where they would
And
come
then
from if they
the
were.
rear of the vehicle forward towards the front.
Okay.
The medical examiner's office is also conducting an investigation. You're going to hear testimony about the autopsies that were conducted on Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas. And this is when the suspicion, the investigation takes a turn. Because at that point, the fatal wounds for Christopher Thomas and Anthony Williams are coming from inside the vehicle, from the rear driver's side passenger going out towards the passenger side. The other interesting thing the medical examiner's office is going to tell you is that when the drive-by was staged at 4:02 a.m., the victims were already dead. The medical examiner will be able to testify and tell you that the fatal shots to Anthony Williams, to his head, that enters in the back of his head and exits at the top, blowing out the front passenger window, was fatal. And that the additional wounds that are consistent with the trajectories going through the vehicle, he's already dead. They are post-mortem inflicted gunshot wounds. The same for Christopher Thomas. You will hear from the medical examiner's office, Dr. McDougall and Dr. Souter, who conducted the autopsies, that Christopher Thomas was shot in his left cheek. That was the fatal shot for him.
Ugh.
You're also going to hear about stippling. Stippling is unburnt gunpowder that's ejected from the front of a firearm when a bullet is fired. The best way to describe that and make it easy to understand, you have a handful of sand, soot, and a golf ball. You throw
Sounds
it,
like
the golf
how a
ball
good
is going
movie
to go the
starts.
furthest,
Sand,
because it
soot,
has
and a
the
golf
most weight,
ball.
the most mass. The sand weighs a little bit more than the soot, so it's going to go a little bit further, but not as far as the golf ball. The ash, the soot, which has almost no weight, no mass, therefore it can't have any energy put into it, falls very quickly. So that is the same principle that comes to gunshot residue and the powder tattooing that you're going to hear about, the stippling.
What? That was weird.
The bullet travels the furthest. The gunshot residue, the powder tattooing, the stippling, creates a pattern. And from that pattern, the medical examiner's office can give an approximate distance. Why can they not give an exact one? Because their firearm in this case was never recovered. Law enforcement made diligent efforts to go and dive multiple canals, search multiple areas, apartments, storage units. They were never able to find the firearm. So without the actual firearm that was used in this case, you can't accurately and reliably recreate a distance determination. Common sense, ladies and gentlemen.
Interesting.
Things that you learned in elementary school science about conducting science experiments, they apply just as much now as they did then. You have to minimize the number of variables. That's the only way to get an accurate experiment. So if you don't know the type of gun, you can't minimize the variables to get that distance determination. So what you're also going to hear is while law enforcement is going through that Jeep, they find one spent shell casing for a .40 caliber firearm. Why is that important? That shows a gun was fired inside of that car. You're going to hear that at once the location of US 27 and Pembroke Road was discovered, law enforcement goes out to that area as well. And there they locate an additional 8 shell casings.
Oh.
.40 caliber. But the interesting thing about that is that doesn't happen on October 26th of 2018. This happens on November 21st, almost a month later. Because that's when law enforcement gets the reliable cell phone tracking data that they use to determine that's the area that they need to be searching. Because at that location is where the cell phones of Christopher Thomas, Anthony Williams, and Jamel Demons all line up at 4:02 a.m. That point, afterwards, Mr. Demons' phone tracks with the two victims until about 4:20. So 15 minutes before Cortland Henry takes the victims to the hospital. During those 30 minutes, you're going to hear as to where the path went. You're going to hear that law enforcement then searched that path again looking for trace evidence, such as firearms. They didn't find it. But you're also going to hear that Jamel Demons on the side of the road made a FaceTime video chat.
Why?
At that point, he starts setting up the story. He FaceTimes his girlfriend at the time, Mariah Hamilton. Mariah Hamilton gets the phone call and screams, waking up her mother, Felicia Holmes. Felicia Holmes also sees the defendant, Jamel Demons, on that FaceTime video call. And you're going to learn, ladies and gentlemen, that that's a data event on a cell phone. It's not a call for the purposes of the cell phone companies. It's using data, accessing the internet. Felicia Holmes and Mariah Hamilton see Jamel Demons outside, and he is saying he's just been involved in a drive-by, and he thinks Anthony Williams and Chris Thomas are dead. So what you're also going to find out is while Mr. Demons is out there on the side of the road, 4 in the morning, 4:42 specifically, he sends a drop pin, digital homing beacon, to his current location to one of his friends, Frederick Givens. Frederick Givens is also involved in the music industry, and he asked to be picked up. Frederick Givens then, about 11 minutes later, is sent another drop pin where Mr. Demons has moved a couple of meters. What you're going to find out as well, though, is these digital leashes, they have more than just phone calls, accessing the internet. They have health data. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to find and hear and be able to see the videos at the recording studio and see Mr. Demons taking steps. Lo and behold, look at the health activity data, a pedometer, a step counter, that's what it is. 70 steps. Then you're going to see at 4:02 a.m. another 70 steps.
Oh my God,
Then
with the steps
4:42,
again.
The time frame in which he's sending that drop pin to 4:53 a.m., you're going to see 1,397 steps.
That's a lot of steps.
You will see this data showing the defendant had the phone and was using it. So, ladies and gentlemen, one of the things that I have to prove is the defendant committed a crime. And to do that, the state intends to show the evidence that the phone was there at the murder scene. And there were no other phones there. There is no one else out there at 4 in the morning. So to do that, the state has to convince each and every one of you that this was the phone of the defendant. You'll see in the messages and the contents of those messages him identifying himself. This is Melly, giving out that phone number to multiple people as being his phone number, 772-713-9807. And to further prove that, the state is going to show you the Instagram, the Facebook, the Snapchat. Because contrary to popular belief, Snapchat doesn't disappear. And detectives were able to write a search warrant and get
Think about that,
contents
people.
of Snapchat.
Snapchat doesn't really
And there
disappear.
are things that are there, and there are things that are not.
Yeah, MG Law.
And so,
I don't
ladies
think
and
he's
gentlemen,
using that cell phone
specifically-
number currently.
The Instagram, the defendant during the course of the months of October of 2018 through December of 2018 gives out his phone number 15 times. Says, this is me, and all during the same time frame of October 26th of 2018, he's giving out that phone number. So one of the other elements that you heard about initially.
All right,
that this was
people.
committed
All
by
right.
a
One
criminal
for
gang.
smash, two for
In
pass in the
furtherance of a
chat.
criminal gang. So what you will learn from the evidence, from the Instagram, from the private messages, was that Jamel Demons is a member of the G Shine Blood set. This is not a stage personality. This is not an actor that's playing a character. This was his
Looks
real
evenly
life.
divided.
Ladies and gentlemen, you will see that as soon as October 24th, 2 days before the homicide, Jamel Demons is learning the oath of loyalty to the G-Shine blood set.
Oh,
You're going to see things in these
Don't
messages that will be indicative of blood membership.
Yeah.
For example,
Flux.
anytime a word would normally be spelled with a C, as in Charlie, they don't use that. They replace it with the letter B. So instead of saying, I'm at the crib, they say, I'm at the brib. Why, ladies and gentlemen? Because C is associated with cribs. B is for bloods. So if you
Oh,
look
my
through
Lord.
all the messages, you will notice time and time again, Jamel Demons is dropping C's and using B's. And you're going to see pictures, you're going to see videos of the defendant doing something called stacking, which is a way to show a gang affiliation and to broadcast it to the world. And this is not just in music videos. This is not just in lyrics, because we're not going to get into that. That's artistic expression. That's not why we are here today.
Oh, what a prosecutor with
here
ethics and
Because the
morals.
defendant
What is this
murdered
strange thing?
2 individuals.
Not going to read the lyrics?
So in summary, the last thing I want to tell you that the evidence will show is that in the Instagram, because the defendant had a moderate social media following at the time of these events, people are reaching out to him. Some fans, some friends, some associates. You'll see on October 26th, after about 8 a.m. in the morning, Eastern time, multiple messages are coming in. Messages are coming in from individuals checking to see if he's okay, if he's been injured in this drive-by. If it's true that Anthony Williams, who's also sometimes referred to as Sack, and Chris Thomas, who is referred to as Juvie, are really dead.
Harper, no.
One individual
You can't say that.
specifically sends out, and I want to quote the message exactly that you will hear, and says, right after this, yo homie, you good? Let me know something. And so, ladies and gentlemen, this is where context matters. What does that mean? If you work at Google and you say, my whole floor is coding, that's a good thing. If you work at Broward General Hospital and you say, my whole floor is coding, that is a bad thing.
No. My
The
whole floor is
context
boding,
around the message
not
matters.
coding.
So in the
Boding.
context of this message, this individual is reaching out, asking if Mr. Demons is good, after he's been tagged in multiple social media posts about this drive-through, this shooting. And Mr. Demons responds very succinctly, I did that. Shh. Ladies and gentlemen, at the conclusion of the evidence, the state is confident that you will find the defendant guilty as charged of the first-degree murder of Christopher Thomas and Anthony Williams. Thank you.
Wow, that was
Thank
short
you.
and to the point. That was short and sweet. It was standard. It was by the book. It was there was nothing weird or unethical or that was just a.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short recess. Do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Discuss the case in the present. Certain no research. Just keep on the chair. Thank you.
Waiting here. All right, are we going to talk about anything, or are we just going to take a little break here?
Thank you. Let the record reflect the jury step down. Counselor Manuel, the defendant, and is this the attorney's Mr. Devens? Any restroom break right now? No, sir. Nope. All right. We're in recess. 5 minutes.
5-minute break. All right. We'll mute this for 5 minutes. And let's see here. Keep my eye on it, and we'll just pop this out here for a minute while we take a little break. That was vanilla ice cream. That was a vanilla ice cream opening. Wasn't good. Wasn't well. I mean, it wasn't bad. It wasn't spectacular. Nothing really stood out. It was just check the boxes, go down the list. That was about as vanilla as you can get. And it's normal at this point to be thinking if it's a good opening, which this was, give it a solid 7. I mean, it wasn't spectacular. We'll give it a solid 7 out of 10. But if they're doing their job, you should be walking vanilla ice bream. Yeah, nice. If the prosecution did a good job in their opening, then you should be walking away going, this sounds really bad for the guy. Because if the prosecution lay out their opening arguments and you go, well, that sounds like a bunch of brap, then, if you say that just sounds like crap, then they haven't really done their job. It does not sound good for young Melly here. If they can prove what they said that they can prove and are going to prove, it looks pretty bad right out of the. But that's what we should be thinking, because that's a prosecution. We haven't heard from the defense yet. And let's get through some of these super chats here while we are waiting. Where have we gone? All right, excuse me, just one quick second here. It's the best flavor. Unhung hero. Will there be any YNW brain water? I don't know. Sounds like it. If we got shot in the cheek, we may be talking about some brain water here before the end of the trial. And thank you, Mo Money, Mo Problems. You are currently the vice racks for the day. You're my assistant vice racks. First ever super chat. Thank you so much for the first ever super chat. That is deeply, deeply appreciated. A lurker, but wanted to show thanks for doing these. Excited I can listen in full now that I'm done teaching for the summer. Well, congratulations on surviving another school year. You worked hard. My sister's a school teacher. I know your woes. I've seen them. Unhung hero, look at me. I'm the murderer now. Look at me. I am the murderer now. That's how I'm supposed to deliver that. Sorry, I got excited. And Unhung Hero again dropping another super chat for which we thank you. Oh no, they molested their phones. The humanity, yeah, the cell phones. I hate cell phone testimony. I mean, they can spin it so many different ways. If you leave it, if it's not moving at the time the murders took place, you left it at home, and so you wouldn't be caught. If it is moving, then aha, we got you because it's moving. But this if if all of the cell phones triangulate on one place at one particular time, and then they find out that there's 8 shell casings that match the one inside the car there, that's kind of bad. Oh yeah, it's Tourette's Majestic. Phone rant gave me conspiracy theory vibes, not gonna lie. Oh, that's interesting. Wolfram bringing the $5 super chat. I think the court reporter looks like a Klingon. Nah, it's just it's a beardless Ron Jeremy. Sorry, hate to disagree with you there. Hashtag learn to bode. It's the wave of the future. Dan Booze. Good God, that's a whole lot of forehead. Tis indeed. Assume you're talking about the court reporter. Flux. Lady Fingers did a good job. Yeah, she likes to talk with the hands a little bit there. You know, and air quotes were her thing. She air quoted quite a bit. So Flux likes a lady that knows how to use her hands. And Jeff Moser. Hey, thank you, Jeff Moser, for the $2 super chat. He's guilty of having a bad haircut. Not my style, but hey, can grow more. He's got more hair than I do. And Tourette's Majestic, confused about phone stuff, but seems guilty to me. Well, the state, what we saw again, I mean, I know you know this, Tourette's, but others, it's good to have the refresher. What we just heard is in no way evidence. That's just a statement from the prosecution. It's a roadmap. It's what they say they're going to show us. We'll just have to wait and see what evidence they actually provide, see how much they're able to support their case. But if they can support a lot of this, that's some great feedback there in court. We've got a court buzz. If they can prove a lot of this, it's bad. Let's see what they were saying. They're saying that the place where it was supposed to have happened, where the drive-by was supposed to have happened, they shut down a mile of the highway and then eventually another mile, and they scoured this highway for evidence, for shell casings, glass fragments, projectiles, tire marks, anything that would be evidence that this drive-by shooting happened here, and they found nothing. I mean, that's a big thing. But what's also big and frustrating as hell is those of you that watch the Travis Rudolph case, you saw the worst crime scene detective, the worst lead detective. She was the lead investigator. She made these stupid comments. They didn't look anywhere else for guns. They didn't look anywhere else for spent casings. They didn't look anywhere else for any other evidence. And the only reason they had any evidence in that case was that the dog found a gun. And they didn't shut down the highway. They didn't shut down the road. She said that they didn't even follow the path that the car took allegedly from Travis Rudolph's house to the place where they reported the event to 911. They didn't check any of that because she said that how can she look for evidence if she's not told where it is, and if she's not told it exists, if she's not told that something might be there, she's not going to waste time looking for it. These people apparently thought it was worth their time to search 2 miles of highway, to shut it down and search it for broken glass, for shell casings, for tire tracks that meant, for anything that could tie it to that place. It seems like the same state of Florida, there's different levels of participation by the police. And I mean, at least these guys seem to have done an investigation, if this actually all pans out in the end. They don't have a weapon. Okay, that's not very good for the prosecution. But circumstantially, there's the shell casing they found in the vehicle, and then a month later, after they checked everybody's cell phones and pinpointed the last location where they were all together in the middle of a dead end street, and they found 8 matching shell casings, allegedly matching shell casings, 40 caliber outside. That ain't good, really. The FaceTime thing, that kind of seemed like it was a weird issue. He said that they FaceTimed him just to start laying out this plan of his. They didn't say what the plan was. And he dropped a pin for his current location and said, pick me up. Well, where was the current location? Tell us where that was. They didn't tell us that either. And then there was the gang involvement. So there's some gang involvement here. So, all right. Looks like we're coming back soon. Still no audio in the court, but everybody's smiling and looking towards the door. An unhung hero. Oh, she's got a bad case of Ricky Bobby syndrome. I'm not sure what to do with my hands. Yeah, she's probably got some Italian in her. Legal vibes. Buddha berries love you. Legal vibes. Don Booze. Speaking of booze, I haven't had a drink in a bit. Well, her too, but I was talking about the defendant. Oh, he's got a good. Well, I think his is shaved back so you can see the tat. Hers just kind of seems to be natural. I think the defendant's hairline is a lifestyle choice, like mine. Mine is a lifestyle choice mostly. Got some dog slobber on my head. Yeah, it's a lifestyle choice. Granted, when I stop making the lifestyle choice and let it grow out, there's a lot less choice and more lifestyle about it. All right, they are standing. The jury must be coming back into the room. So let's settle in for the defense opening. See what the defense opening looks like, shall we? No audio yet. It's them. And let's see, just for giggles, we're about $10 away from Doggo Cam. So that's an option at some point. And while we're waiting for them to come in, I'll just I'll clue everybody in on what's coming up in the very near future. We're going to be doing this for the rest of the week, and then Friday will be F It Friday, where I'll have a big old panel of guests. And that's the Griftathon. This trial only goes Monday through Thursday. Every Friday, the court will rest because the judge has other cases to attend to on Fridays. And we've got a bunch of gifted memberships. Tank Rat gifted 20 Legal Vices memberships. Thank you so much, Tank Rat. And Sebastian Muller gifted 10 memberships. And then another 10 memberships. Didn't want to get shown up by Tank Rat. So Sebastian Muller and Tank Rat both gifted 20 Legal Vices memberships. Give them a special shout out if you've got one. Still no audio with the court. They're all standing and looking. Now they're sitting. Come on, law and crime. Come on, law and crime. You're making me. All right, let's see if they're. Oh, good. It's not me. Sound. It's starting. Sound. There is no sound during the breaks. This ain't the break, law and cuck. This ain't the break. As soon as court resumes from the short break, there will be sound. Will there? Will there really be sound? Hey. God dang it. The first time we get relatively good audio, then Law and Cuck goes and boomers the shit out of it, and we're not hearing the defense argument. Oh, now we are. Nope. We're hearing hiss. All right, Law and Crime, you guys are doing awesome. Somehow I still blame Jeff. Yeah.
Prosecutors.
Oh, hey, congratulations, idiots. You have just earned the cuck cage. We're about $10 away from the cuck
mission
cage.
Of pursuing justice. But that's not what occurred here. What they will bring you is a case that is riddled with reasonable doubt.
Just like the vehicle was riddled with bullets.
An incomplete investigation. And the exercise of poor judgment at every turn. The state cannot prove beyond a reasonable doubt the allegations that they have made. And there is a reason for that.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. Let's see what because this is awesome. I like, this guy's good. He's good.
You recall.
Let's hear what he has to say.
Ms. Bradley, some of you may recall, during jury selection, going to great lengths to let you know that she does not have to prove motive. And she's right about that. The law doesn't require her to prove motive. But you know what does require motive? a young man to wake up one day and decide that he's going to kill two of his best friends. Best friends that he grew up with, best friends that he hangs out with, best friends who he lives with, best friends whose careers he was trying to launch alongside his own. They have no reason for why he would do this, because there is no reason. And if there's no reason, it doesn't make sense. And if after 4 years of investigation, the state comes and says, hey, he killed two of his friends, his best friends, and you're wondering why, and their answer is, oh, I don't know. That's the first indication that they're just guessing and don't know what they're talking about. And that, ladies and gentlemen, by itself is reasonable doubt. Why he would commit such a heinous crime against his own two best friends for no reason. What happened here is that the lead detective, Detective Moretti, saw a video of Mr. Demons getting into a car 40 plus minutes before bodies were found in that car. And then he discovered that Mr. Demons was a rising star. And from that point on, he decided he's the only person that could have committed this crime. Because if you're involved in prosecuting a star, you become a star. This was his big break. And he had tunnel vision. He zeroed in on this person, this young man, as the only possible perpetrator of that crime, to the exclusion of all other leads and evidence. There's a difference between cases that are investigated and cases that are fabricated. When a case is investigated, the state uses all its resources, its investigators, its experts, and all its energy to identify leads and run them to ground. When a case is fabricated, first a target is chosen, and then the state uses all its resources, its investigators, its experts, and its energy to run that target into the ground. That's what occurred here, and there's a reason why I say that. There are a number of leads that you will discover that were identified by the officers, but were either completely ignored or given short shrift. I'm going to let you know, run through a few of them by way of example. Start with the most obvious. Cortland Henry. Ms. Bradley started her opening statement by describing some of the lies that he told, as though to impute them to Mr. Demons. Those were not Mr. Demons' lies, those were his lies. Cortland Henry shows up at Memorial Hospital, Miramar. You don't see him sitting there, but where you will see him sitting is in the driver's seat of a car with two dead bodies, a car riddled with bullets. And when he shows up with a change of clothing, change of shirt, gunpowder residue on his hands, evidencing that he had discharged a firearm.
I wasn't talking, I was mouthing, so I didn't interrupt.
And he lies. He lies about where the incident occurred. He lies about how it occurred.
Like that.
And he lies about not having a phone. I think it was Miss Bradley herself who said, everybody has a phone in his pocket, not Cortland Henry. There were 3 phones in that car. There were 3 people in that car. So they take him at his word, despite suspicious circumstances, and they let him go on his way. They soon discover that he's lying about the location of this incident, and they went back to him, and they labeled him a victim. And they said, we know you're scared. Tell us what happened. He lies to them again. They let him go. And they know where he went. They know the location that he went. They know the house that he went to right after. And any investigator worth his salt would have thought to maybe execute a search warrant on that location to see if you find any bloody clothes, any DNA, any blood, a weapon maybe. You guys are probably familiar with the series First 48. That's founded on the proposition that if you botch an investigation within the first 48 hours, you've pretty much botched it for good. It's 48 months plus later. They still haven't served a search warrant on that location.
Ooh.
Why? Moretti already had his man. What's the point of an investigation? To find out what happened. He's using all his resources to try and prove what he has already concluded did happen. So, after Cortland Henry, lead number 2, a gentleman named Montrell Roll, and his sister, Nia Hewitt. Who were they? Well, another police department came into possession of jail calls between those two that occurred within 3 days after the murders, and discussed what they describe as intimate details of the murders. Intimate details means details that are not in the public domain. So 3 days after, these two people are discussing the details of a murder.
The shit was that?
They go out and interview Miss Hewitt.
Barked in court?
They don't interview
What was that?
Mr. Roll. And they ask her, well, how did you know all these intimate details? Oh, I heard it, something to the effect of I had word on the street. Doesn't say when she heard it. Doesn't say who she heard it from. Case closed. They move on. That's lead number 2. That was ignored. Then there's Robert Coburn. Who is he? He is a gentleman that owns a social media account by the name of Backwards. This social media account, almost immediately, within days after these murders, posts this message: LOL, we killed 2 of your niggas.
First N-word of the trial.
Oh, really? Took him 7 months to go and talk to Mr. Coburn, the owner of this account, that posts what amounts to an unequivocal confession to involvement in that murder, in those murders. 7 months. Why? Moretti already had his guy. And when they go and talk to Mr. Coburn, what does he say? He said, oh, I created that account and I sold it for $20 to somebody else. Who'd you sell it to? Oh, I can't remember. Were you at the murder scene? No. Did you do it? No. Case closed. That's it. No more investigation. It would occur to a reasonable person, let alone a seasoned investigator acting in good faith. Why would somebody buy an Instagram account when you can create one for free on your own?
Depends what it was.
If not to hide your identity. And if somebody goes to the trouble of buying an Instagram account to hide their identity and then confesses to a murder that you're investigating, maybe you ought to go and figure out who that person is and talk to them. And maybe there is no such person. Maybe it was not sold. Why would somebody create an Instagram account and sell it for $20?
That's the question. For $20, if it was like McDonald's,
and if he's in the business of doing
sell
that,
more than 20.
That's of interest. And how would anybody know to go to him to buy an Instagram account? These are all unanswered questions. No investigation. Case closed. Let's move on. David Hedgepath. Who is he, you might wonder? He had a Twitter account called Crucial Almighty. He posts a confession to this murder. Something to the effect of, "We coming at that Jeep." Can't remember the quote. You're going to hear about it. And essentially, it was a confession to involvement in the murders. It took them 1.5 years to go and talk to him. They knew about it 1.5 years earlier. It took them 1.5 years to go and talk to him. Why do you do that unless you've already concluded that you know who committed the crime? You've already determined who your defendant will be. And when they go to this young man and ask him, well, actually before, this is 1.5 years before, they said, "Oh, we've determined that he was just trying to start an internet beef to advance his career." Who told him that? Without talking to a soul. So it took them 1.5 years to go down there and track him down. And when they do go and track him down, they say, "Hey, did you commit the murder?" "No." "Were you in the area?" "No." "Where were you?" "Well, I could have been at work." "At work where?" "Any one of 3 places." "Okay, could you give me your work schedule?" As though that would prove anything. He says, "Well, I can get it now." "Oh, no, don't worry about it. Just email it to me." Really? And he doesn't even do that. There is no report that he even follows up and sends them an email of this mysterious work schedule proving that he wasn't at the location. They conclude, "Oh, he's not there. Wasn't him. Case closed." Is that how we do this now? That's not all. There are several other people who are potential suspects who were not tracked down. You're going to hear about them during the course of this trial. But beyond that, 3 years after arresting this young man and sticking him in a cell, the state looks at its case and says, "Oh man, this looks a little incompetent. Miramar police seems to have botched this investigation." And they call the Broward Sheriff's Office and ask them to come and look at the investigation upon which this entire prosecution rests. And he looks at it and he says he instantly knew he had to start from scratch. I think his words were, "It was the worst thing I had seen in my life."
Oh my God. Well, that sort of was in line with the last travel with the Travis Rudolph situation. That was a shitty
This is the
investigation.
Broward Sheriff's Office evaluating the work product of the Miramar Police Department.
Oh my God.
We have problems with the Broward Sheriff's Office redo as well, but you're going to hear about that during the course of this trial. Ladies and gentlemen, the murder of anybody and the murder of these two young men was a tragedy. You're not here to solve a crime. That's their job, and they have botched it. Jurors often get confused as to their mission. You can't do a job unless you know what that job is.
Oh, this could be good. This
Every
is what I
civil
want.
society needs to have a prosecutorial arm prosecuting crimes and offenses.
Hey,
That's a
Steve,
no.
we got a gauze sighting.
Nothing wrong with that. And every country does it. In some countries, the prosecutor decides who the person is. They send a cop to go arrest them. They throw him in jail. That's the end of it. We don't do that in this country. What we do is we ask, are you sure about what you're talking about? That's the purpose of this proceeding. You're not here to judge Mr. Demons. You're here to judge the sufficiency of the state's case. That is your assignment. You're not here for a show to see who you like more. There are two grades, beyond a reasonable doubt and not guilty. A+, everything else is an F. There's no A's, there's no A minuses.
Same.
You are akin
What's up, Steve?
to an FDA lab. Imagine a company saying, we're going to put on the market fat-free milk. And the lab, their mission is to determine whether or not there is fat in the milk. And what do they look for? They don't look for milk. They look for fat. The state is telling you they have a state that is free of reasonable doubt. You're not here looking for proof. You're here looking for doubt. And if you're off looking for the wrong thing, you're going to miss what you are here to look for. They have no motive.
I like that.
Their entire case is hinged upon technology of a phone they claim to have been in Mr. DeMons' possession. What they fail to tell you is that they come across evidence that Mr. DeMons got out of that car before this incident. They ignore that because it's not consistent with their theory. What they fail to tell you is that phone comes back to the name of somebody other than Jamal DeMons. What they forgot to tell you is that their own witness will tell you that, yes, that phone and Mr. Williams' phone and a number of other phones were all in the same account, and all of the people in the house used to use them interchangeably. But they're assigning it to him because that is consistent with their theory. They don't follow leads. They have no motive. Investigation was botched. Investigation, as a matter of fact, is still going on as we speak, up to a couple months ago. Yet they're here telling you they have proof beyond a reasonable doubt and what you're still investigating for. The job of the state is to prove it beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. And if you're a reasonable person and you have doubt, that's reasonable doubt. There's a song called Things That Make You Go, hmm. If you say, hmm, that's reasonable doubt. You do not. Ms. Bradley is charming. She's good at her job in some respects. But this is not a
In some respects, it's like a backhanded compliment. She's good at her job in some respects.
Good effort. We don't give participation awards. This man's life is hanging in the balance. And if there is a scintilla of reasonable doubt, you must have the courage to speak up and say so. You're not here to judge him. You're here to judge the sufficiency of their case. They have a big task in front of them. You should probably get to it.
Mr. Howard, thank you. Counsel, you ready to proceed? Want to call the first witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Officer Jessica Amender.
Wow, they're just getting right into it. They're just going straight into witness one. Holy cow. And while they're doing that, we're going to start with Tank Rat here with a $100 super chat for the Cut Cajun Doggy Cam. I'll be in and out during the stream at work. Quiet now, but who knows later. This deserves to be noted as a prepaid drink for Friday. We'll see.
Yes, good morning. You are Ms. Jessica Amender.
Thank you so much for that, Tank Rat. You are the Vice Rax for the day.
What I'd like you to do is remain standing.
Okay, there is a dog in the courtroom.
Right, you just raise your right hand as best you can.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Can you state your full legal name for the record?
Full legal name is Jessica Amender. Can you spell it as well?
Yes, first and last, please.
First is going to be Jessica, last name Amendor.
What?
Please have a seat.
I didn't catch that. Did anybody else catch that? A.M.
That microphone doesn't move back or forward. It will only adjust up or down.
Okay.
Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Counsel, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury and tell them where you're currently employed?
Good morning. My name is Officer Jessica Amender. I work for Miramar PD in Broward County, state of Florida.
Okay. And how long have you been employed by the Miramar Police Department?
A total of 11 years. 5 years I was a community service aide, which is a non-sole position, and then 6 years now as a sworn law enforcement officer.
And what were some of your duties as a service aide, a non-sworn officer?
So primarily respond to basic criminal investigations as well as traffic crashes, missing persons reports, lost property reports, basic thefts, and then for traffic crashes, with injuries, without injuries, and then actually I was able to get my traffic homicide certification. So any traffic crashes that responded into serious bodily injury or death, I was responding to as well.
And can you tell us about your training experience within the 6 years that you've been a sworn officer?
So 6 years, basic law enforcement police academy, several classes including field training officer, training officers as they get hired, continued my traffic homicide investigation courses, fraud investigation, injury and death investigation, case preparation, a number of certifications that I have for professional development classes, as well as my 4-year bachelor's degree in criminal justice from FIU.
Okay. And back on October 26th of 2018, you were employed as a police officer, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And as part of your duties as a police officer, do you often conduct detail or work details?
Yes. So as a police officer, I'm allowed to work off-duty security details at various locations in the city. So if a business is having an increase in burglaries, for example, they'll pay for an officer to sit in the parking lot to prevent and deter crime. At the hospital, we're preventing services in the lobbies, newborn abductions, for example, anything that would occur at these kind of soft targets. There's one officer stand by to prevent things happening. And then obviously anything was transpired, call for additional resources to assist me.
And so back on October 26th of 2018, where were you working in detail?
Memorial Hospital, Miramar.
And where's that hospital located?
The emergency room is at 1901 Southwest 172nd Avenue.
Okay, and what city and county is that in?
City of Miramar, County of Broward.
And are you generally familiar with the area of the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you kind of give us a brief geography of the area, the main intersections and the highways?
So the hospital sits on the corner of 162nd Avenue and Pembroke Road on the southeast corner. We border with Pines on the north side. So and the ER faces Pembroke Road.
All right, and where are you sitting or where are you working when you're working your detail inside the emergency room?
So as soon as you pull into the emergency room, right there at the security desk, there's 2 entrances or 2 doors, but it goes to the same vestibule. There's one side for the pediatrics and one side for the adults. So as soon as you walk into either door, I'm sitting right in the middle at the security desk.
Okay. And so on October 26th of 2018, while you were working your shift, do you recall a time where a black male approached you?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury his general demeanor?
So I'm sitting at the ER desk and he comes running inside to my left, so the pediatric entrance, and he's very excited, like heightened state of alert, something traumatic or something just happened. And he's like, hey, they just shot my car, they shot my friends, like I need help, come help me. That was the initial interaction.
And based on his statement, how do you proceed?
So as soon as I walk out the ER and I see that the vehicle had multiple bullet holes on the side, I immediately radio in for additional resources because that's beyond my scope of I can handle by myself. And then asking, hey, I need additional officers, as soon as possible, urgently to respond to the hospital. A vehicle that's been involved in the shooting, I can see the multiple bullet holes. And then looking inside the vehicle, I can see 2 unresponsive males. So I advise I have possible dead persons as well.
Okay. So let's break that down. You're sitting at the security desk inside the ER. This male approaches you, and based on that contact, you exit the ER.
Yes.
Correct? Where was that vehicle that you just described located?
So imagine I'm sitting at the desk as this, and there's door here. So he comes to this door on the left. As soon as I walk out that same door he came through, the vehicle's parked in the drive-through lane, and I can see the right side of the vehicle.
Okay, so it was immediately apparent upon you exiting the ER?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what type of vehicle was this?
It was a blue Jeep SUV.
Okay, and you said that the vehicle was riddled with bullets, if that was your statement.
We have several bullet holes on the right side.
Okay, on the right side of the vehicle.
Yes.
And you mentioned that there were some individuals inside. How many people occupied the vehicle at the time when you saw it?
One gentleman in the front passenger seat and one in the rear right passenger seat.
And when you approached the vehicle, was it apparent their condition?
Yes, they weren't moving.
Okay. How so were you able to, I guess, determine whether or not they were injured?
So immediately looking on the vehicle and, just the fact that there were multiple bullet holes inside, they weren't moving. If somebody was able for me to help them, they'd be in obvious pain, screaming, moaning, and there's nothing.
Did you attempt to render aid?
Yes, so I immediately, after waiting in for assistance and letting the security guard at the desk, hey, I need doctors and nurses and everything to come out to help me, put on gloves and reached inside the front passenger seat and checked the pulse of the gentleman, the right wrist, and didn't find anything.
Okay. Upon you doing that, you mentioned that you already called. Did you call for assistance for law enforcement from Miramar Police Department?
Yes, immediately.
And then, besides your attempt to render aid, did medical personnel eventually come out and attempt to assist the victims?
Yes, definitely.
Were you present for that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and were you present when they took the victims inside?
Yes, ma'am.
Ultimately? And where was the black male subject that initially approached you at this point?
So right as soon as you we park the vehicle, there's a decent sized sidewalk area for people to, pick which either door they want to go in. There's also a park bench. So while talking to him and trying to radio in and get information where this could have occurred, suspect information, where I need, other additional resources to go, he's standing next to me in that area. And then at one point I just have him sit down because he's just so, all over the place.
Did he ultimately identify himself to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the name that he provided?
I believe it's Cortland Henry.
Okay. And did he tell you where the circumstances surrounding how he ended up at the hospital?
So he advised he just left the studio with his friends in Fort Lauderdale, and that he wasn't familiar with the area, but he had just gotten off a highway because they're staying at a home somewhere near the hospital. After he got off the highway, he was stopped at a light, and then the car, he couldn't tell me exactly what kind of car it was, just started shooting at his vehicle. So he multiple times reenacting a story, he's going like this, because he's saying that he had to duck down in the driver's seat, he was driving, to avoid being hit.
And again, along those lines, you said that it was immediately apparent as to the other victims.
No, she drinks whiskey straight from the bottle.
Were you able to observe any injury support?
There's no Bud Light about her.
No.
Were you able to observe any blood?
No. I actually told him several times that he was lucky because that many bullet holes, I was surprised he didn't get hit.
And you had worked in detail at Miramar Hospital prior to October 26, 2018.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you generally familiar with their video surveillance system?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had a chance prior to today to review the video surveillance?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may.
I'm showing opposing counsel what's been pre-marked as states 8 for identification.
Man, they are just racing through this testimony.
My initials are on the top there.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the events that occurred back on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Any alterations or deletions based on your
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves into evidence what was pre-marked as states A as states 1.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you. It will be admitted. Ladies and gentlemen, as you heard, this video has been accepted into evidence. Witnesses may testify about or refer to this or any other item of evidence during the remainder of the trial. This and all other items of evidence that are received in evidence will be available to you for your examination during your deliberations at the end of the trial.
Your Honor, permission to publish?
You may publish. You lights dim, Councilman?
Yes, Your Honor.
Excuse me. Can you see?
All right, well, they're working that out. We can clear some more of the super chats. John Gordon, I can think of something she can do with those hands. Talking about the prosecutor. And John Roberts, court reporter could be the sister of Dutch attorney Inez Wesky. Look her up, please. She's scary. Okay. I'll have to do that. Tammy Simmons says, morning, LV. Just wanted to let you know my translation services don't extend to this realm.
That there are 2 angles present. The Pembroke West entrance. Can you tell the jury, orient us to where that view would be?
So yes, so the hospital sits on the southeast corner of Pembroke Road and 162nd Avenue. So the hospital has multiple entrances to get to the property. Is an ER building on the north side and a medical office building on the south side. So this entrance that you're seeing now is actually facing Pembroke Road. You would go south to go to the ER from Pembroke.
I'm publishing now.
Thank you,
Pembroke
Juror
West
X.
entrance.
That is an odd name.
And officer, so we don't have to go through the entire video. Did you recognize the vehicle that just entered the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that the vehicle that you observed, that you testified to earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
Going to publish the outside ER entrance.
Okay. I assume he's going to come into the hospital at some point. But I'm going to sneak another super chat in while we're watching nothing happen. John Gordon says, he ain't a crook, son. He's just a shook one. All right. Thank you. Okay, there we go.
What are we seeing on the screen right now?
So this is the sidewalk portion I was telling you about. Immediately on the bottom left corner of the screen with those white dashes, that's where the cars drive through. The dashes are for them to see pedestrians walking across into the yard. Then there's a sidewalk portion, and these are the two doors of the ER. The left door on the left side of the video is the ER adult entrance, and the right is the pediatric entrance, but it's one big area. And then in the middle is the park bench. Right behind that glass is a security desk. I'm sitting in the middle of both of those doors.
And that subject that we see in the video,
That's the gentleman that the coach made.
continuing to publish. I'm going to pause the video at 4:36 and 11 seconds. We see a second individual in the video frame. Can you recognize that person?
Yeah, that's me.
Publishing, continue.
Ooh, Steve Gosney bringing the heat. Are you saying this guy is a precedent setter? State v. Demons?
I'm going to pause the video at 4:36:51. Is this where you indicated to us earlier that you had him sit down, Cortland Henry?
Okay.
Now, you can't see the Jeep in the video frame, is that correct?
Yes.
The Jeep would be located at the bottom left, my left of the
Yes.
screen?
Yes.
Okay. And I noticed that you approached and you were talking into something. What was that?
That's my patrol radio.
Okay. Was that your how you were able to request assistance?
Yes, ma'am.
Continuing to publish.
That's me telling the security guard I need medical staff.
Oh, and Mrs. K. Griff, the $5 super chat says, yesterday was my birthday. Today is my 13th anniversary. Take my money. Thanks for being awesome, Jeff. Love you, chat. Well, thank you, Mrs. Griff, for being here, and happy birthday and happy anniversary to you. Congratulations on both.
Putting envelopes that check purples.
And Nicholas Daro's trial watch with the 20 Swedish krona. Is it krone or kroner? I think it's just krone, isn't it? Oh, wait, there's more. Defense opening. Thank you so much, sir. Brian, another Jeff's hemorrhoid cream donation, just in case. Might be a long trial. We're going to take this up to lunch today.
And I see you're continuing to talk to that subject that you identified as Cortland Henry.
Yes, ma'am.
Bringing out the gurney. Gurney Halleck. Obscure Dune reference, in case you were wondering. Interesting. All right, they're blurring out the bodies in this case. In previous cases, like the Jodi Arias case and things that from 10 years ago, they thought we were a little more able to handle things, so they weren't blurred out. This blurring out of things that might be offensive to us or disturbing is a relatively new development.
And I see at this point, it looks like some other officers are responding.
Yes, ma'am.
Are those officers at the Miramar Police Department as well?
Yes, ma'am. That's gonna be Officer Natasha Torres. And that's gonna be Officer Hession.
Yes, Hugh, we'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute, but basically a couple of months, if there's a guilty verdict, it'll be a couple of months later, they'll have the sentencing phase, and 8 out of 12 jurors is all it's going to take for the government to take the life of another human being. 2/3, 8 out of 12. TR Greato Rex 1 says, good morning. Are you wearing your blue Balenciagas? It's one of his songs, if you don't get the reference. Wouldn't have had a clue that was a reference to his song. Thank you so much for that generous super chat. Deeply, deeply appreciated. Thank you for the question, Hugh Jass, by the way. Here's one of them. And Mini, welcome to Clean and Sober, our newest member. Thank you so much. Our newest member of the Clean and Sober membership level. Yeah, people agree with you, Peggy. In Matthew Terry, they didn't seek the death penalty, so it went straight into sentencing. The family thought that death would be too good for him, so they wanted him to rot in prison. Yeah, Matthew Terry didn't have the death penalty on the table, so it went straight to sentencing. Oh, Steve is our local appellate assistant. Oh, there's a big head in the way there. That doesn't help. Our assistant public defender in the appellate division in Florida, so he would know. I think it would go straight in rather than be set a month or two down the road. Okay.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
I bow to your wisdom, Mr. Gosney. Okay, I was thinking of the Stabby McSnap face trial. No, Matthew Terry, they didn't seek the death penalty. Did they? I can't remember. I'm old. I guess they did seek the death penalty, huh? You're right. I just had to think about it. Sorry about that. It was one of the cases where the family didn't want the death penalty. I can't remember which one that was. Ah, that's where the noise was from. They were doing a sidebar. Okay. What case was it we did where they didn't seek the death penalty because the families thought it would be better for the guy to rot in jail for the rest of his life. So they asked the prosecutor specifically not to seek the death penalty. Oh, that was the hooker killer in Texas. Okay, so many trials, get the details confused. Oh, and for those of you that are wondering, that's just white noise so that we can't hear the private conversation they're having with the court.
Why is it important that you were speaking with him?
So, trying to establish where this actually occurred. I'm asking him, he told me the story, so he's not familiar with the area. So every time you see him going like this, he's finishing the story, but every time I'm asking him and trying to ask him if he recognizes certain landmarks, and obviously I've been working for the city for a while, so I'm very familiar with geography. We have several highways that go through the city. So I'm asking him specifically, asking him about these landmarks, so he can narrow down which highway he actually came off of.
And was that information ultimately information that was conveyed to you, conveyed to the other Miramar police officers?
Yes. So that particular night, the way our schedule works, it's an overlap of both of our overnight shifts. So at that point, you have about approximately anywhere from 15 to 20 officers working the road. So because
It's
of
an
that
acronym,
nature of the
AFIX.
call, the entire city was responding to various job duties. So several will come to the actual hospital to work that crime scene along that, and as well as the primary officer to take over the investigation and detectives. And you have everybody else canvassing for evidence. So we have east to west, State Road 7, University, there's an exit from the turnpike, there's an exit from the turnpike on Red Road, and then I-75 and US 27. So everybody that wouldn't be at the hospital will be canvassing those intersections of major highways to see if they can find shell casings that would be evidentiary of where this occurred.
Okay. And did you remain on scene even after the video ended, the duration of the video where other police officers arrived?
Yes, so my detail work is until 6 a.m. and approximately this happened at 4 and change. So I'll be there until 6.
Were you charged with any other investigative duties?
No.
So this ends your involvement in the case?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, no further questions.
Any cross?
Yes. May I?
You may.
Officer, when this person you've identified as Mr. Henry came in, did you notice that he was wearing a black hoodie?
Yes, sir.
And I assume that whatever he said would be documented in your report. Is that correct?
What it said initially, yes.
And the questions that you asked him, you would document his responses if he said anything, correct?
Whatever you responded to, I would put out eventually was on the radio, but I did not write a complete report of our entire dialogue, no.
You did not.
Our entire dialogue, no.
You did not document the location or streets, signs in your report?
I didn't know exactly where this took place, so whatever I could put on the radio for the officers to canvas, I did.
Approximately what time was Mr. Henry taken to a patient room?
I don't know.
Were you aware he was taken to a patient room?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what officers or what doctors saw him?
No, sir.
Were you present when Mr. Henry left the hospital?
No, sir.
Are you aware that he left the hospital?
Eventually, I assume he had to leave the hospital, but I don't know exactly what time he left the hospital.
When this vehicle first arrived?
Ozzy Overlord in chat.
Yes, sir.
What time did you get off?
6 a.m.
Staying up late.
Was it still dark outside?
I don't recall.
Do you recall anybody or any persons arriving other than police officers?
It's a hospital. They remember them shutting down the ER because of the situation. So anybody would be routed through the main hospital entrance to in and out. But in terms of law enforcement staff, you have other officers, detectives, crime scene techs.
I'm primarily asking you, by the time you got off at 6 a.m., did you see any civilians, not police officers, any civilians arrive at the hospital?
I don't recall. If they did, they could have been rerouted to the front.
Okay, but to your knowledge, there were no civilians that came where you were, correct?
Inside the crime scene?
No, inside the hospital. where we saw Mr. Henry walking.
I know what
towards your desk.
YNW means. That's why I said it was an
So, like I
acronym
explained,
and
the hospital
I
entrance,
can't
the ER
say.
was shut down because of the nature of the crime scene. So it's still a hospital, so anybody Googles it, it's open. So any civilians could have walked up to the ER and were rerouted to the front, but I wasn't in charge of the crime scene. I have no idea if anybody passed the threshold of the crime scene taken into that particular
The
area.
crime scene was the Jeep.
The drive-through, so including the Jeep.
Was the crime scene also inside the hospital where Mr. Portland Henry was?
Yeah, the whole ER was shut down
Okay, so in other words, no one was allowed in that area that we saw.
unless they were needing emergency care, that would go to another room, but the ER was shut down.
So I'm real clear. Do you know the names of all, did you document the names of all the officers and detectives that responded?
No, I didn't.
So we're perfectly clear. Could you stand up? No. You didn't see this young man getting out of the Jeep at any time, correct?
No, sir.
Sure. Could I have one moment?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Nice meeting you.
Counsel, is there any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly.
Uh,
Officer, when you're speaking into your radio or speaking to dispatch, is that logged in any manner?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that called?
That's the central dispatch radio traffic. It's public record, so anybody can request it, but it's documented.
So everything you were saying or everything you communicated from what Mr. Henry told you would be documented in your dispatch log.
Yes, ma'am.
The crime scene log that counsel just referred to as, were you charged? Was that one of your tasks that you were assigned?
No, ma'am.
In fact, you weren't assigned any duties, correct?
No, ma'am.
Your job began and ended with your detail and assisting the gentleman when he came in, Mr. Portland Henry.
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further on it.
Counsel, thank you. Is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down. Thank you. Or go to the next witness.
Wow, they're just plowing through this. They're not taking any breaks. This judge wants this trial to move along. She was just sort of an innocuous foundational witness. Yeah, who came into the hospital? What was their behavior? What did they look like? What did they say? Something that Smopo Vienna says Legal Vice's opinion on upcoming DA is going to look more into the law tube stuff for a better understanding of the jury and ideas of what to do against state fuckery. Defense attorneys. Okay.
Good morning. Are you John?
This guy gave a good explanation. IMO.
When you get there, just remain standing.
Yeah,
Raise your right hand this morning.
that's the thing. I know I've had defense attorneys watching my stream after the end of the trial on certain days.
Full name's John Hedgen,
You spell your first and last name.
John, and last name's Hettchen. Yep.
Have a seat. That microphone in front of you, do not move back or forth.
These guys have weird names. I'm not catching their names.
Yes, sir.
You all set?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, you may.
Thank you. Good morning, Officer Hudson. How are you today?
Good morning.
Mitchell.
Very well, thank you for
Mitchell.
asking. Where do you work?
Currently employed with Boca Raton Police Department,
How long have you worked for the Boca Raton Police Department?
going on 4 years.
What hats have you worn at Boca?
When I first started, I was assigned to road patrol, and now I'm assigned to their tactical team.
Prior to joining the Boca Raton Police Department, have you had any other law enforcement experience?
Yes, with Miramar Police Department,
How long were you with the Miramar Police Department?
a little over 2 years.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the type of training and education you had before becoming a police officer with Miramar?
Yes, I went through the academy, did 6 months in the academy. Once I got out of the academy, did 3 to 4 months on FTO with Miramar Police Department, and then throughout my time with them, we had in-service training, which is additional
Nice,
training,
Gary.
on top of all that stuff.
Any particular reason for switching to the Boca Raton Police Department?
Just personal reasons.
Back on October 26th of 2018, were you employed by the Miramar Police Department?
Yes,
What was your job description?
Road patrol.
Do you remember what shift you were working?
Yes, night shift.
And can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is the alpha or night shift?
Night shift, called midnights. I worked from 9 p.m. to 7 in the morning.
On October 26, 2018, did you have an agent to respond to Memorial Miramar Hospital?
Yes.
Why did you go there?
That was my assigned zone for the night. So I have not responded to that.
If you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen what you mean by assigned zone.
Each officer is assigned a zone for a specific area in the city. And Memorial Regional, or Miramar Memorial, happened to be my zone.
This sound is actually pretty,
You recall
really
about what
sensitive
time you arrived
microphones,
at
but
the
the sound
hospital?
is just crap.
Around 4:30 in the morning.
When you arrived, what did you see?
When I got there, I saw an SUV in the Sallyport area of the entrance of the hospital, the emergency, bay. The doors were open to the vehicle. So I got out of the vehicle, I immediately saw hospital staff running back and forth to the vehicle. So I went over to assist them. When I got to the vehicle, I saw two victims, one in the right passenger seat, one in the back right passenger seat. Appeared to be suffering from gunshot wounds. So what I did is assist hospital staff with quickly getting them to the stretcher and into the hospital to receive medical treatment.
After you did that, what was your job assignment there at the hospital?
After that, I stayed by the vehicle. At that point, we had a crime scene. So I started a crime scene log and stayed by the vehicle to make sure no one tampered with anything or anything of that nature.
When you said you started a crime scene log, you explained to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that is and how it works.
Crime scene log, basically, for this particular incident, one of the officers that arrives on scene, preferably one of the first officers that arrives on scene, starts a log. The log basically starts logging people in and out that who enter the crime scene. The crime scene being, will set up crime scene tape. If anyone who enters the tape will get logged.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a copy of that crime scene log with you?
Yes, I do.
Could you be so kind as to name the individuals that are documented on your crime scene log?
Yes. First officer would be Officer Mengor.
When you do the documentation, do you put the times of which they enter and leave?
Yes.
Do you put a reason as to why they are on the crime scene?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. As to Officer Amangor, what time did she arrive?
I believe she was already on scene. She was the detail officer, so on the actual crime scene log, I just have her listed as the detail officer.
And the next officer that is documented,
Officer Torres.
after that,
Myself.
after that,
Officer Cox.
after that,
Officer Luna.
and in terms of the time frame that we're at now, are we still before 5 a.m.?
Yes.
Dr. Officer Luna, who's next?
Officer Malad.
Who else?
Officer Valdez.
Then the next person on the list, who is that?
Holly Henderson, who is a security officer.
Do you document that purpose there?
Yes.
With regards to the time out, for Officer Amangor, do you document on there what time she left at?
I believe she stayed past the time I was there. I was relieved by another officer on scene who took over the crime scene log.
And do you recall about what time you turned over the crime scene log?
I believe it was around 6:30.
Can you tell based on the handwriting on the log as to which entries are yours and which are from someone else?
Yes.
So continuing on to the next officer or employee of Miramar Police Department that you documented on the crime scene log, who is that?
Sergeant Stepp.
And what purpose is Sergeant Stepp in there for?
I believe he was one of the sergeants working at the time, and he was part of the investigation.
Okay. And the next individual that you documented?
Sergeant Bermudez.
After that,
Sergeant Worth.
and who?
Officer Barrera.
After that, the next two detectives, who did you document?
Detective Bertland and Detective Moretti.
And as to those two detectives, what are the times of arrival for Bertrand
Time in is 5:53, and Detective Moretti was at 6:02.
After that, there's another officer that's listed. Who comes next?
Officer Campbell,
After Officer Campbell, is that still all in your handwriting or is that going to someone else?
I believe this goes to someone else.
Okay. So you stop at Detective Moretti at 6:02 a.m.
Yes.
So in terms of the crime scene, you said it was the area around the Jeep. Do you document each and every individual who's coming into the hospital?
No, I do not.
What types of things do you do to ensure scene security?
Crime scene tape, making sure people don't cross the crime scene tape, and then in and out of the hospital.
Did any civilians try and cross the crime scene tape while you were there on the outside?
There may be one or two that came up that we told them they can't come through.
And when I say civilians, are you including in that definition medical personnel and hospital staff?
Yes.
Any statements or recollection that you have of any interaction with Portland Henry, the driver of that vehicle?
I do not believe I had any conversation with him.
No further questions, Adam?
Representative Cross, this witness?
One question, can I do it from here?
Yes, sir.
When you left at 6:45, roughly, it was still dark outside, wasn't it?
I don't recall.
Fair enough. Thank you.
And redirect,
No, Your Honor.
is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
All right.
Agreed.
All right, I'm gonna, as much as possible, turn the microphone off or turn the sound off while they're in the white noise zone. All right, so we're just getting. Oh, that was quick. We're just getting the foundational stuff, all the boring details out of the way.
Investigation of presence, sir, no research, just need to know head on your chair. We'll get back to you shortly. Thank you.
All right, guess we're taking a little bit of a break here. All righty then. We will just hang here until they come back into court. Keep the sound on just so I'm not surprised by it if and when it happens. All right. This judge is just moving through this. No breaks unless necessary, plowing through. So expect a little bit of the morning break here. It's 11:10 a.m. locally, so there'll be at least another hour or so before lunch. And what I will be doing, just so we all know, is I will be wrapping this up probably either in the middle or at the end of the lunch break. Because it'll be 1 or 2 a.m. here. And thankfully the defense lawyer speaks quite slowly. So assuming there's other witnesses with more cross-examination, we should be able to catch up tomorrow. And we should do quite well and not be more than a little bit behind, because we can skip some of these witnesses. I'll do my best to stay on top of things as much as possible. And every Friday, the court is only going to go Monday through Thursday, so Fridays are off so the judge can deal with other issues. So that'll give us an extra day to catch up if it's needed. So I plan to do as much of this as possible. Yeah, I guess we can probably get rid of the cage here. Don't want to cut cage myself. That'd be bad. So we'll try to handle as much of this as we can. Live, and then so we'll probably end this here. We'll do the afternoon session tomorrow. I'll watch it while I'm at work. I'll just have it on in the background. I can take notes of if there's witnesses like these two, we can very easily skip, and I can just summarize them by saying, okay, one said the guy showed up at the hospital. The other witness testified to this. There's going to be a lot of these witnesses, I think, in the case. These that are just connecting the dots. They're there to map out the picture of what happened. I think it's going to be a while before we get into the real substantial witnesses, but we'll just have to see how that goes as the trial proceeds. We'll do our best to stay on top of it. That's the best I can promise, because as Hayden Aussie Overlord said in his membership chat, He's been 8 months a member of the clean and sober crew. Says, don't forget, people, Jeff and me give up 90% of the sleep hours to cover these lives. So throw a coin to the Lorax if this trial is worth watching. Yeah, it does. I'm still haven't really fully recovered from doing the Travis Rudolph case all night long, every day. That was a great trial, and it was fun to do. But it does take a bit of a toll to work 8-10 hours a day in the office, come home, rest for a couple, and then do an all-nighter, and then take another couple-hour nap. So I'm going to do the best. I'm not going to put my health at risk for all this, but we'll have fun. We'll get through it. We'll hit all the big points. And coming up on Friday is the F at Friday stream. Okay, the Law and Crime has just put out their notice that the court is on morning. I think they meant morning break. So expect 15 minutes, as we noted a little bit earlier. For this Friday, I'll be having a great big panel of guests for my monthly F at Friday stream. We won't miss court because there will be no court that day. It's gonna be fun. Hopefully, Ozzy Overlot will be there. We don't know if Steve will make it, but we'll send out a request, just an invitation request to Steve Gosney and a bunch of other people. We usually have really big panels, really have a lot of fun. We had so much fun last month that I had to take the stream down. That's how much fun we had. But they're usually great. They're usually off the hook, and we'll be having a lot of fun interviewing a lot of good people. So don't miss Friday, whatever you do. Watch us Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of this week, and then do not, under any circumstances, miss Friday. Okay, they've just now changed it to say court is on morning break. Good job, Law and Crime. Did they give us a time limit? Yep, there's 9 minutes and 46 seconds left, according to them. There will not be a Viking drink-off. No, there will not be a Viking drink-off this time. That went off the rails as well. And well, Smopo Vienna said, it would be cool if some newbie DA in the future, you mean not district attorney, defense attorney, I believe is what you mean there. Would be nice if some cool newbie defense attorney in the future saying he learned that on Legal Vices. As I mentioned briefly between comments made by the court, well, in some of the lulls during the videos and whatnot, I have had defense lawyers mention to me that after they finished their trial for the day, they went back and watched my stream. And it is kind of a really weird feeling to know that there are people involved actively in ongoing cases that they're participating in, that they do watch these things. They do, they watch me and they tune into me to see my reactions, to see the reactions of the chat and things like that. So it is, who knows? Maybe at the end of the day, one of these defense lawyers will be watching this trial and they'll be looking at your comments, seeing what you're thinking about the trial, hearing me, seeing what I think. It's a weird feeling when that's confirmed for you that, hey, I watched this after, or hey, I watched at the end of the trial, you get, I watched your stream to wind down after trial at the end of the day. Things like that are really weird comments to get. Bobby Baloney, what are we talking about here? Where'd you go, Bobby? Viking drink off. Valhalla Waits must be in it too. He only drinks beer. Valhalla Waits is a beer drinker, and go back 2 or 3 months to the F at Friday. Nicholas and I, we had our little Viking drink off. At least the parts we can remember. It happened. Ozzy Orwell says, I'm waiting for the day that one of us gets called in as a witness in an appeal case. You served me in Korea. Go ahead. Give it a shot. Dear defense lawyer, we are watching you. Watch us. Watching. Oh, hey, that's a great song. Watching me. Watching you. Sorry. It's a little more my speed than rap guy here. But this is an interesting case. Like I said, the prosecution gave a very vanilla ice cream opening. Wasn't spectacular, wasn't bad by any stretch of the imagination. Good solid 7 I gave it. I might even be generous and say a 7.5. So it didn't have the wow factor, but it was a good solid opening statement. Dry as it may be, said this is what happened. This is what we're going to show. This is what we're going to prove. And we walked away going, wow, that sounds really, really bad for the defense. That's you can't ask for, That's just an average, good, solid opening. And then the defense lawyer, I really, really liked him a lot. He was very argumentative in a lot of points. You're making a lot of arguments rather than giving his opening statements, but he only got called out on it once by the prosecution, and the judge sustained the objection, but there was only that one time. I did like some of the things he said. That there's no reason to kill friends he's grown up with his entire life, and he was trying to launch their career. And the fact that this doesn't make any sense is reasonable doubt in and of itself. I kind of like that statement. Of course, it was the normal, usual theme, the rush to judgment. While the prosecution, they made a big deal out of saying they shut down 2 miles of highway. They checked for all of this stuff. They checked for bullets. They checked for glass. They checked for shell casings. They checked for tire marks, anything that would lead them to this. But they found nothing. And then the defense lawyer just mentioned that, you didn't check this guy. They went and talked to this one guy a year and a half later, asked him 3 questions, and that was the end of their investigation. 4 years later, they're still investigating that, even though they're putting this guy on trial. So he's saying it's a big rush to judgment. He's got confessions. This guy named Coburn leaving messages saying, we got 2 of your N-words that they never investigated. They just called and you said, hey, did you write this? No, I sold my email. I may create an Instagram account. I sold it to somebody else for $20. And that was kind of the end of their questioning of him. Some dude on Twitter said, we're coming for the Jeep. A year and a half later, they questioned him very briefly, and they just didn't care because the prosecution already made up their mind. That's their deal. They already made up their mind, and they were only searching for facts. They were only investigating pieces that would tie their idea of who committed the crime, the defendant, Melly. They were just looking for evidence that would tie Melly to the crime, and if there was somebody possibly that could turn the focus of their investigation to anywhere else or contradict anything, they didn't talk to those people. They didn't investigate those angles. They already made up their mind. And instead of trying to figure out what happened, we're trying to find evidence to support their theory of the case only. And then I thought it was very interesting, and I want to hear more about this later.
Oh, you need a statement.
Hey, what do you got here? I want to hear more about this thing later, where he said that 3 years after the investigation started, they turned it over to the sheriff's office and asked them to review the police investigation. And the sheriff's office reportedly said it was the worst investigation he'd ever seen in his entire life. And they would have to re-investigate the matter from scratch. I thought that was a very interesting statement, and I want to hear more about that.
Let's get on the record, please.
And I did like you are not looking for proof, you are looking for doubt. I did like that a lot. All right, here we go. Next witness.
Extra Bertrand, Your Honor.
And counsel, I know you presented to me our sidebar jury instruction 2.6. You advised me to present to the defense as well. Is that correct?
All right, I'm getting the video. Don't panic, people. I'm getting the video up. Hang on.
All right.
Give me a second.
So are you ready to proceed? Your witnesses
There we go.
here?
Yes, Your Honor. Would you like us to have the transcripts on the jurors' chairs to make it easier and less?
I think Derek can pass it out to him, sure. And you've seen the transcript as well, Mr. Howard?
We have not seen this. We saw it, but I want to see what they're handing out to the sheriff.
Please do.
Don't panic.
Thank you.
Exactly.
All right, again, while we're waiting for them to say something, Tank Rat is the Vice Rax for the day so far with a $100 super chat. If you want to be the Vice Rax for the day, it's going to be $100.01 super chat. But all super chats are gratefully accepted, graciously acknowledged. And as Indigo Luna is about to find out, Your super chat, regardless of the dollar amount, guarantees it's going to get read. Thank you so much, Indigo Luna, for your awesome, amazing, super supportive super chat. Jeff, you're so cute. I cannot deny that. I must admit, I plead guilty to being so cute. Thank you so much, Indigo.
Evidence
Love ya.
per se, they don't go back with a jury and they don't hold on. But you've seen the transcript, is that correct? And it's not disputed?
If it's identical to what we received in the scope.
So
And
you're
I've seen
good, everybody's good, it's not disputed. I know Mr. Adelstein asked me to take a look at it, so I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. Mr. Adelstein?
Based upon the representation, that it's identical to what we were given.
How many pages is it?
It's,
What he means is you're supposed to listen to what the
25
prosecution says
based on
and
the
look for
representation.
reasons to doubt them.
All right, so it's-
That's what he was saying.
Based on that representation, you're not disputing it, and the.
Look for reasons to
instructions are
doubt
like
the evidence.
2.6, we're gonna read that at the appropriate time. All right, so Gary, you can just put one on each of the chairs?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I code for, Your Honor, would you like a copy?
That's fine, I'll take it. Madam, you want?
We currently have 1,130 viewers here. Welcome, everybody. All 1,130 people.
There are two statements. One is very short, one is longer.
Brad,
Counsel, you've
harsh,
seen both statements, is that right?
harsh.
Preparing them right now, but yeah, we
So
got,
you're-
there's a difference in the pagination, but I think it's, she just said she needs a font.
But they're not being disputed. All right. That's just for both statements, not being disputed.
I'll finish showing defense counsel before we start the exhibit previously shown to them.
Hey, pretty mama bear. He looks like he doesn't know what's going on and is trying to follow what's happening as best he can.
Okay.
You got it.
And as I mentioned, we got 1,139 concurrent viewers and 973 likes. Please hit that like button. Let's get us up to 1,000. Why not? That would be super awesome. If we could get 1,000 likes while we're in the middle of the stream.
Just so you, I didn't realize the time.
And also, I am currently 11 subscribers away from 36,700. 11 of you. I'm sure there's 11 of you that haven't subscribed to the channel. I would be so super grateful if you would just reach down there and hit that subscribe button. Let's get me up to 36,700.
All right, Corey, let's bring jury in.
Or better yet, 311 of you subscribe. I would love to get to 37,000. I've been waiting to get to 37,000 subscribers because I got sent to YouTube hell for about 2 months. And now I need to push ever upward. Get me to that $37,000 and I will, 37,000. Yeah, get me to $37,000. I'd love that more. But get me to 37,000 subscribers and I would be just super thrilled. Thank you so much, everybody. Appreciate you being here. You guys could be anywhere watching any other trial. Law and Cuck has about 45,000 people watching now. That's I mean, you're here, so that's respect. I respect you for being here. Hell, even the lead attorney, he's only got twice as many viewers as I do right now. He's got 2,200. We've got 1,200 almost. And he's got, what, 330,000 subscribers? He has 10 times more subscribers than I do and only twice the viewers because you guys are freaking awesome. Thank you for being here when you could be anywhere else on planet Earth. I appreciate your time, appreciate your attention, and God bless those of you that have made the comments and have sent in the super chat. And we're at 1,002 likes. Boom, you guys are super. Let's see if we can push it to 1,100. Why not? You guys are awesome. And Tiffany Thomas, Given words of
Thank you.
wisdom,
Let the
do not get face tattoos, kids.
State attorney, as well as ladies and gentlemen, jurors, please proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, jurors, in your absence,
No, Rob, it's the other way around. The law and puck is stealing from both of us.
Get those in a few moments. When it's appropriate, I'll ask you to open those up, and I'll have an instruction to read before we do that. But at this time, I'm going to ask the state to call its next witness.
Hector Bertrand, Your Honor.
Mr.
Thank you,
Bertrand.
Lisa Uncensored. All right. Next witness.
Good morning, you are Hector Bertrand.
Yes, sir.
Welcome. Come on up here, please.
Hector Bertrand, it sounded like his name was.
When you
Must
get
be a
to that
victim.
witness
They're
stand,
blurring
please
him out.
remain standing, raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
God, I hope that wasn't
Hector Bertrand, Jr.
It's either a
H-E-C-T-O-R.
service dog or a service cockatoo.
He is
I'm
a
not
boy,
sure.
E-R-T-R-A-N-D.
Yes,
Thank
it
you.
is
Please
Hector
proceed.
Bertrand.
Bertrand, the microphone in front of you only adjusts up or down, not back and forth, all right?
It is not fully adjustable.
See a little too high. All set, ready to go? Count you may.
Thank you. Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Retired detective, homicide detective, Hector Bertrand, Miramar Police Department.
Congratulations on your retirement. How long have you been retired?
About 2.5 years,
Prior to that, how long did you work for the Miramar Police Department?
28 years.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some of the different hats you wore while employed for the Miramar Police
How many
Department?
different cats?
Initially, after graduating the academy, I did a couple years in road patrol. Then there was a position open in Detective Bureau as like
Wasn't
the
that a
training
legal eagle?
position that was going
Nice.
to be for 6 months, and
No,
then
it-
go back to the road.
It wasn't
I
squeaky
never
enough.
left the Detective Bureau. I did a couple years in juvenile and sex crimes. I did 10 years in undercover narcotics, and then the last 15 years was in homicide.
During the course of your time in the homicide unit, how many cases were you involved in the investigation of?
A lot.
Is there
I couldn't give you a number. A lot.
more than 100?
Yes.
With regards to the homicide unit back in October 26th of 2018, were you employed with the Miramar Police Department then?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen a little bit about the training and education classes you take while you're preparing
Yes,
yourself.
the driver is also facing charges.
I've taken a lot of classes. I couldn't name them all, but anywhere from in the narcotics, surveillance, court, advanced, basic homicide, advanced homicide, some forensic classes, crime scene reconstruction, things like that.
So during your detention to October 26th of 2018, did you have an occasion to become involved in a Miramar police case investigation documented under Miramar case number 18-10-06269?
I did.
What was your role?
Initially, I was called out as primary detective, but we kind of had an agreement within our unit because I was only 2 years away from retiring, that any cases that would get assigned to me, that one of the other detectives would take over it and that I would assist to avoid having to come back. Well, it didn't work out.
So you still come back and testify in all your old cases?
Yes.
Okay. So Detective, do you live locally still?
No.
I'm not gonna ask you. So going forward, do you remember about what time you got called out?
5 o'clock in the morning.
What types of procedures are in place? How do you get called out?
Typically, it's I would either get a call from the sergeant or I get a call from our dispatcher at the PD. In this case, I got a call from Sergeant Shaw.
Okay, once you get that phone call, how long do you have before you must respond to the scene?
There's no real set time. It's just, you know, from wherever you're at, you try to, you know, put some clothes on and, or shower, so, you know, and then prepare to go. So I think it took me like about 45 minutes to get to the scene.
Okay, when you arrived on the scene, who else was there?
Well, prior to going out to the scene, I actually called Detective Moretti. Advised him that I had got called out. And so at that point, so that he could take the lead in the investigation. So when I got there, I got to the hospital. It was the first place I got there. There were some officers there at the scene, at the hospital. I spoke to them, got briefed. Detective Moretti showed up shortly thereafter.
Okay, with regards to individuals that you made contact with that were not law enforcement, do you remember speaking with an individual named Cortland Henry?
Now, he retired 2 years ago.
That statement of Mr. Henry, how many
Past retirement.
times did you speak with him?
I spoke to him twice. Both times were recorded. At some point towards the end of the first one, don't know if I got called out to something else or I just briefly walked away, turned off the recorder. Then I came back, asked a few more questions just to verify location, and wish I recorded that portion, but it was very short, maybe a couple minutes.
So I wanted to go back to set up the geography. You said you worked in Miramar for 28 years.
Yes, ma'am.
And during that time, did you become familiar with the areas of Miramar Parkway, I-75, US 27?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is the northern boundary between the city of Miramar, your jurisdiction, and Pembroke Pines to the north?
Typically, it's Pembroke Road, what divides Miramar and Pembroke and Pines, Pembroke Pines Police Department, Pembroke Pines. But there are sections within the city that kind of encroaches like a block or two into Pembroke Road. That's on like the east side of the city by the turnpike. But other than that, it's Miramar, County Line to the south and Pembroke Road to the north. And then from 441 east all the way out to US 27th, it actually extends out to a little bit further west on US 27, but there's nothing there, so it's US 27.
Okay, so to make sure we're clear on that, if someone is headed westbound on Pembroke Road, on the north side of Pembroke Road, what jurisdiction are they in? Westbound?
Westbound on Pembroke Road,
Yes.
it depends also, again, depending on what side of Pembroke Road. If you're driving westbound, that could be considered Pines.
So then on the south side, the eastbound lanes, what are those typically?
Typically, it's considered Miramar.
Okay, going all the way out to US 27, is that Pembroke Road border consistent
Chandler.
from I-75 west to US 27?
Yes.
So I want to start and show you a couple of maps. I'm going to show you what's been previously shown to defense counsel marked as States B. Do you recognize that map?
Yes.
Does that map fairly and accurately
Excuse me.
depict what we showed the jury?
Can't show the jury.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Does that map fairly and accurately depict the Miramar geography from I-75 through 172nd from Miramar Parkway north to Pembroke Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Here at this time, the state would request to move States B in as States 2 and publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's submitted.
Okay.
You may publish.
States
Okay.
B, Newmark States C.
So Detective Bertrand, this is a small version. I have a bigger version that's identical to make it easier for the jurors to see.
It's got to be a microphone or something. That can't. There can't be an airplane, dog, and cockatoo in this trial. There can't be all this in the courtroom. Got to be something squeaky they're messing around with.
So a large copy of what's been shown as admitted as State C. If you could show on here exactly which area is I-75 and Miramar Parkway.
This is I-75, and there's an exit here from Miramar Parkway.
And what,
Garrett, one second. Garrett,
Yes, Judge.
can you move the screen back a little bit?
Yeah.
Thank you. Go.
Yep, it's a squeaky something.
and Detective, could you be so kind as to step down so we can use the easel?
Sure.
Thank you. Counsel, do you need to move to this? So if you could show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, where is I-75 and Miramar Parkway?
Right here. Yes.
What direction does Miramar Parkway travel?
East and west.
Can you point out some of the locations on Miramar Parkway? I'm gonna start with Bo Camper's Restaurant.
Okay, Bo Campers is, I believe right around here.
Okay. You're pointing to an area north of a water feature.
Yes.
What other locations and restaurants are in that area?
There's a Marshall's around here, there's a Home Goods, there's a Chick-fil-A, there's a gas station here in the corner, there's a Benihana's, there's a Home Depot, Anthony's Cold Pizza, there's a bunch of places.
So you said Chick-fil-A and Home Depot. Those are the two I'm gonna stick with over here. Okay. Moving along, can you show the ladies and gentlemen where this Southwest 160th Avenue on the map?
This is 160th, which is also Dykes Road.
Does the name change depending on the jurisdiction of which the city or county it's in?
I guess, yes.
And-
We know it as Dykes or 160th.
Captain, have fun.
Moving
TMI,
further
buddy.
west,
TMI,
what's the
brother.
next major intersection that's reflected
Glad to
on this
help, I
map on the
guess.
far left on Miramar Parkway?
The next major intersection is going to be over here, which is 172nd. On this side is Silver Lakes Development. Over on this side
Bless you, Mom.
is,
You'll just have to
Miramar
Google that one for yourself because
Hospital. which
we
is
can't
here.
say that
And
particular
then there's a
acronym
regional
here.
park. On this side, there's a Target here, a
Target.
Dixie, Pollo Tropical, and liquor store.
Okay, so Pollo Tropical, you indicated is on Miramar Parkway before 172nd, if you were headed
Yeah,
westbound?
it's right around here somewhere. I think this is Target,
Does 172nd run north and south?
north and south, yes.
Okay. Can you show the ladies and gentlemen where is Pembroke Road on this map?
It's right up here, runs again east and west. There's no exit off of 75 to Pembroke Road and goes out.
Okay. So I want to move on to what's been marked as State C for identification purposes. You have an opportunity to look at those maps. prior to
Identification
coming to court today?
purposes?
Also, ladies and gentlemen, Jersey.
Sounds like the church lady. Could it be Satan? I think the court clerk is Satan. I'm not sure, but
Yes.
Detective, do those two maps fairly and accurately depict the intersections between 160th and 172nd in the first one, and then 172nd and 184th?
while we're playing Google
in the
Maps, I'm
second
gonna go grab some water to
Yes.
hydrate here. I'll be back
And to
right
your
real quick in a
knowledge
second.
And experience
Hang tight.
working in the city of Miramar, is it an accurate measurement that it is 1 mile between each of those two intersections?
I know for a fact the one from 160th to 172nd, because I actually measured that when we searched that area. The one from 172nd to 184th sounds about right, but I don't know for a fact.
Without saying exact, does that sound approximately correct in terms of the distance between the two intersections?
Yes.
Here, at this time, the state would request to move states C in as states free and published to the jury.
Any objection?
Your Honor, we'd object to the extent that it might indicate that it's a mile when the witness said he cannot attest it.
I see the exhibit.
Unfortunately.
Thank you. Anything else?
Yeah.
Objection overruled. It'll be admitted.
State C or state C3.
The published release of the jury, slightly larger version of state C. This one is double-sided. Detective Bertrand, if you could indicate on here, you mentioned a Pollo Tropical. Do you point that out to ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Okay, and you said a Chick-fil-A as well.
Chick-fil-A is going to be around there somewhere.
And if you could indicate here what intersection is to the right side where the yellow line starts at Miramar Parkway.
Over here, this is Dykes.
160th?
And Miramar Parkway, 160th.
And at the far side, we're at
172nd Miramar Parkway.
Okay. Going to the second part of states C. We're going to show the Pollo Tropical.
Did I miss some high courtroom drama?
Okay. And then
Somehow I
the
doubt
Sunset Lakes and Silver Lakes community you described earlier. Can you show where they are here?
This is going to be Silver Lakes here, and then over here on this side and this side is Sunset Lakes. Although this here is like a shopping center for Sunset Lakes, and there's another development.
I think it's a marble wall.
But this here is Sunset Lakes. And
Could be tinfoil.
And Sunset Lakes you're indicating is west.
Could be the final
of
chapter of a
184.
good prawn movie.
When you were speaking with Mr. Henry, did he give you an address at what location he was residing?
He did.
Do you recall that address as to where he was living?
It was in Sunset Lakes.
Okay. Is there anything that would refresh your recollection as to exactly what address was given?
In his statement.
So I'm gonna first start, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as states D for identification purposes only. Look at that.
And his hair is nice. He's actually got some really, really nice dreads in back.
Does that
Nice long
fairly
dreads tied
accurately
behind his back.
Depict Miramar.
I like his hair.
From State Road, Pembroke Road at the north, south to County Line Road, from I-75 west to the western edge of the Sunset Lakes development.
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states D in as states 4 and
Any
request
objections?
permission to publish.
No objections.
It'll be admitted.
States D or states number 4.
And so going to the larger version of states D, if you'd be so kind, Detective. The address of 18521.
We've identified the
Southwest 44th
squeaky
Street.
chair. We haven't
Was
figured
that
out what
address
the
made familiar
airplane
to you
is
as part of
yet.
this investigation?
Yes.
Can you indicate where that is on this map?
Well, to get there, you to go Miramar Parkway, and right around here is the entrance to the development, and then you can go in this way. I believe you can also go in through this side here. Over here is where the guard gate is here. I believe there's
We're
another
8
guard gate.
subscribers away from 36,700.
This is
Give me some
Southwest
8
40th
subscribers.
Street, right here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the address of 18521 Southwest 44th Street, is that indicated with the yellow marking on this map?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of where that address is in the city of Miramar?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would request that when the witness makes indications on the
Speaking
map,
objection.
Which comes sidewalk.
Oh, Indigo, you naughty girl. And I assume from that speaking objection, there's just going to be saying, when he indicates things on the map, have him describe them or something like that. So there's something left on the record. Nothing to delay the trial over. AT1C4B4 CVB41 says, isn't YouTube the definition of hell? It can be, but I quite like it because I get to hang out with you people. All right, how are we doing here? Still lots of white noise. See, he's got some good dreads back there, so you know it's. I kind of like his hair. See, there you go. There's a good side shot. He's actually got a goddamn lot of hair, is what he's got. Maybe jealous. I mean, like I said, the shaving thing is still a lifestyle choice, but it's sort of becoming a no choice. So bless the youth and all of their hair. Is he currently locked up? Yes, he has been locked up for 4.5 years without a trial. He was not given bond, so he's been locked up the entire time.
Ladies and gentlemen, I was asking counsel previous about the exhibits. There are smaller items of evidence that have been admitted, smaller versions of the map, and what's being shown to you are blow-up pictures of it. And so the state indicated that they were using these as demonstrative aids. And so what I want to tell you, though, is these blow-ups of the items are
great. The prosecutor's giving everyone aids and blow-ups.
The witness in explaining or illustrating his testimony. The testimony of the witness is the evidence. However, these demonstrative aids are not to be considered by you as evidence in the case unless they are later received in evidence. They should not be used as a substitute for evidence. The evidence is what's been previously marked the smaller version of it. Only items of evidence that have been marked in evidence will later go back to you during your portion during deliberations. So these blow-ups, these demonstratives would not go back unless they're later received in evidence. All right? Good.
So to paraphrase, the prosecution is giving. So the prosecution is giving the jury here aids and blow-ups, and they're not allowed to take the aids and the blow-ups back with them. They're only allowed to take the actual evidence that's submitted rather than the blow-up replicas of the evidence. And the aids, the aids are right out too. So no aids and blow-ups. They're not allowed to take those back to the jury room. That's all. You know. Guess it wouldn't hurt to drop a phrasing bomb. Just finished your UFO stream, not shabby. Oh, we like to fun around a little bit and do the unexplained every now and then. No, not BJ's MD Thomas blow ups. That's different. Yeah, the blow up replicas they can't take back. They can only take back the originals. The aids, they're just right out. Well, they certainly have a lot to talk about up there. Imagine the amount of money that was spent to build that room, only for it to look ugly AF. Why? I'm wondering if it's even real marble. How was The Fog, Jeff? The movie? Movie's great.
As well as
Or if you mean The Fog from my Twitter picture, still foggy.
For Sunset Lakes.
Huh.
So we're gonna move on from this one.
I've been abandoned by the dog.
We previously talked about the jurisdictional borders of the city of Miramar going to US 27. I'm showing you what's been previously marked as States E for identification purposes. You can just look at that.
The Twitter picture.
The
It's
state
still
E
foggy. It'll be
accurately
foggy for 2
depicts
months.
Miramar from US 27 to I-75 from north of Times Boulevard south to County Line Road.
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states E in as states 5.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
States E1, states number 5.
And so the identical larger version of it here. So Detective Bertrand, if you could show here, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, where is I-75 on this map?
Again, I-75 is here.
And just so it's clear for the record, that's the yellow indication road with the 7-5
It's
on
going
it.
north and, yeah.
Okay. And in terms of the Pembroke Road, can you show where that is on this map?
Pembroke Road is this one here. This one's Miramar Parkway, and this is Pines Boulevard.
And are
And the
they-
county line is down here.
And the county line, is that C9 canal down there at the bottom?
Yes,
Is the Pines Boulevard marked on the map accurate?
yes,
Is Pembroke Road as indicated and marked on the map accurate?
yes,
Is Miramar Parkway is marked and written on the map accurate?
yes,
And the bottom of the map with the C9 canal, it's not labeled, but is that an accurate depiction of the southern boundary of Miramar?
yes.
Going out to US 27, can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury which roads connect from Miramar to US 27?
The only road that it actually, it looks like over here in Pembroke Road, it does, but it doesn't. So the only way you can go to US 27 is you have to actually go into Pines Boulevard and head west. And then this is US 27th, and then when you get there, you make a left and you go southbound.
Now,
Yes,
now that we've established some of the jurisdictional boundaries, I want to get back to your investigation in this case. So when you're at the hospital, you indicated you took a recorded statement from an individual by the name of Portland Henry.
yes,
Was that statement audio recorded?
yes,
Was the Miramar Police Department using body worn camera footage at any point in time in 2018? And if you don't know, please let me know.
I don't know. Detectives didn't wear body cameras. I'm not sure if road patrol did or didn't. But the detectives did not, and I believe they still don't.
And so is there any video recording of this statement?
No,
Prior to coming into court today, did you have an opportunity to review that statement?
yes,
Your permission to approach?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as states
Well, this is a
F
large blow
for
up,
identification
apparently.
purposes only. Do you recognize that disc?
yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize that disc?
That's my initials and date.
Are those contents fairly and accurately represent the statements that you reported with Portland Henry on October 26, 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Any additions or deletions?
No.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states F into evidence and publish for the jury.
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
States
The
F.
captions are always terrible. Monsoon towing and locksmith. That's part of the fun, reading the captions, because they're always horrific.
Here at this time, it would be appropriate for the instruction.
We want to
2.6.
publish the one item now, correct?
Yes,
All
sir.
right, ladies and gentlemen, regarding the use of these transcripts of recordings, you are about to hear recorded conversations. These recorded conversations are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. You are also being furnished transcripts of the recorded conversations. The recordings are the evidence, and the transcripts are provided to you only as a guide to help you follow as you listen to the recording. The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recordings and what you read in the transcripts, you must rely on what you hear, not what you read. You may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Starting with the shorter of the two.
That's the last portion of it.
Mosquitoes in here. Urgh.
So then we will go to the
Must be a window open.
25-page, or the 24-page transcript first.
Yes, that's the first, that's video.
Henry? What's up, man? Hey, guys. Hey, my name is Detective Bertrand. This is Detective Mark Moretti. We're here to talk to you about what happened. And, listen, you need to be straight up with us and tell us where this happened. Okay? My understanding, you told these officers something, but the evidence doesn't show that it happened there. So, what happened?
What in the hell are we listening to here?
Okay, tell me what happened. I was playing music, you know, I was already doing sleepy, almost on, you know what I'm saying? And like, just out of nowhere, like, gunshot, you know what I'm saying? So then I ducked down, you know what I'm saying? In the car, and I almost cut.
Let me back you up a few minutes. Where were you coming from?
From Fort Lauderdale.
Fort Lauderdale Studio. Which way did you take?
I took I-75, 595 to
75. Then you took 75 south?
That's what it's like. If you come from Fort Lauderdale and you take 595,
Yeah.
so you get off, you get on the expressway, right? Yeah, so yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
And then we got off at Miramar on the A. And then when I got past the little 3 signal,
Yeah.
when I got past that,
Which turn signal were you in? Which turn lane were you in?
I was getting off the exit. When I got off the exit,
Mm-hmm.
after that light, when you made the right,
Yeah.
I came down. You know what I'm saying? I was coming down to the light.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And as I'm passing the light, you know what I'm saying?
What lane were you in?
I was in the left lane. I was in the left lane.
The left, you're on the far left side?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you were already turning on the Miramar Parkway, or you were starting to
I was already off the exit.
Yes.
Off the exit. I'm already off of the exit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I made the right.
Okay.
Three turns, right?
Yes.
Okay, I went from there.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Went through there. When you going west, or I was going, like, you know, west this way, right? You know? Okay.
What actually happened? Where are you on?
I was going to our house.
Which house is?
Our house is over in Silver, by Silver Lake.
Okay.
1805, 21 Southwest 4th Street. Over, I can't really like, what is it? It's 1805. 1805? 1805. 21 Southwest. 44th Street.
What?
44th Street.
Okay, so you were going west. Okay, because you're saying that you made a right.
Like, getting off the expressway, you make a right to go west, you know what I'm saying, to go west.
If you're coming south on I-75, you take the west.
Okay, yeah.
There's 3 turning lanes that go right.
Okay, so you made a right, and you get to guys.
I don't know what he's writing, but I'd certainly like to know what these people on the recording are
Once you make a
saying.
right off of 75, the exit, there's another light there.
There's, that's where the shopping center is. On the right-hand side, there's a shopping center.
Yeah, you talking about like Chick-fil-A or something?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I got.
Seriously, if the car door is open, shut it.
That area, I started getting, I heard it, like, it was like, you know what I'm saying? I felt, I almost crashed the car. So I hit the head a little bit. But, you know what I'm saying? I almost crashed the car. I stayed up a little bit. I couldn't really see anything. I couldn't really see anything. Because I'm like trying to avoid from getting shot. Like, I'm blessed to be there. Like, I'm like, I don't know, like.
Yeah, and you didn't hear anything, they didn't yell anything was said?
Man, I was like, the car was still rolling forward, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So I'm trying not even, you know what I'm saying, I'm trying to stay safe, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying not to even get hit. I'm scared, you know what I'm saying, for my life right now. And the car just rolled, I don't know what car, which way it was, you know what I'm saying? Nothing.
Do you have the description of the car?
That's what I'm saying. I didn't see anything.
You didn't see the car. Okay. Finally heard something.
What I don't understand is that we shut down that entire area and we had officers shoulder to shoulder walking out. They didn't find as much as one shell casing. They didn't find one piece of glass. Nothing. Nothing to what you said adds up. And it's hard.
Well, I'm telling you, bro, that's about it.
I mean, for whatever reason, your two friends died. You know, these are good friends.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. These are like,
these your two. I would assume close friends.
No.
And you're doing them in service by not telling us the truth.
I'm telling you the truth, sir. I don't like how. What do you want?
How do you make shell cases disappear?
I don't know. How can I tell you about a shell case? And I'm driving, ducking for my life, trying to make sure I don't get it. And you telling me, you telling me about this shit. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to make sure I don't get hit. I'm driving. I'm trying to make sure I don't get hit. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be worried about it. You know what I'm saying?
I know it's not for you to worry about, but if you tell me it happened there, there's gotta be some evidence there. There's gonna be broken glass, just like there's broken glass over here when you guys open the doors and stuff like that. Okay, there's gonna be a broken glass over there when the windows got shot out. There's gonna be casings from the people shooting at your car. Okay, there's gonna be evidence over there. Okay, right now, there's nothing. Okay, now, I kind of think I know what happened because I got information that something else happened on the east side of the city in Pembroke Parks, but which sounds similar to your thing, but you need to be straight up with us, okay? Listen,
Tell me straight up,
you
man, do you love me?
maybe you're scared, but like Mark said, you're doing your friends a disservice. We can't do our job.
I'm not doing no service. I'm telling you the straight up honest truth. Like I can't. What can I like tell you if I'm ducking for my life? My head's over here, steering wheel's here. I'm trying to make sure I'm like, you know what I'm saying? But like I'm keeping the car straight by hitting me. You know what I'm saying? I'm God, that shit fucked me up, bro.
Let me ask you this.
See, I'm like how they looking? You think I'm like looking for a car? No, hell no. I'm trying to.
All right, let's just forget about where it happened. Let's just put that on the back burner for a little while. So let's talk about why. Are you having issues with anyone?
I mean, we are upcoming artists and stuff, so technically, like we have been having like, you know what I'm saying, like people like, when you like start doing better than people, they start hating and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
So you had some jealousy issues.
Yes, like jealousy issues, but
jealousy issues.
It's crazy because people they don't try us. You know what I'm saying? they talk like on social media, you know what I'm saying? But they see us and you know what I'm saying,
It's easier for them to talk shit on social media than it is to your face.
you know what I'm saying?
So who's been talking shit on social media?
I haven't really been on that, but like my friend that's passed away now, I'm just so. He was telling me like, right, he always was telling me how people, just like today, he was telling me some folks from up our way.
What's up your way?
Like, girl, Misha, like, that's where I used to stay, you know what I'm saying? So I grew up in, so that's our hometown, you know what I'm saying?
So what did your friend say about from Vero Beach? What did he say to you?
He was saying, he basically just like, you know, like his friends, through Facebook, like, folks like, that's like, don't even like, I know.
He's like, oh shit, did I say that?
First of all, if you're up and coming, you know, in the music business, you're gonna be all over social media. That's how you make your mark. So I know you know more about what's going on social media. You may not know where this happened.
I'm not big. I'm a big. I don't even have a phone, so I'm not like on it. Like I'm just working, making music. You know what I'm saying? Making music and stuff. That's what we're all doing. I don't really be into it and stuff. I'm trying to feed into it because like.
What's the name of the room and stuff?
YNW.
What is it?
YNW.
YNW?
Yeah, but like. I already have a lot of other stuff going on in my life.
Like what?
Like I be having like that on my home stuff back down south. I mean up top north.
Yeah, what Just Cause said, this is why we don't mumble to the police.
Trying to grow fast and stuff like that.
Can you support them?
How you support them? If we make music stuff, my own consign, he kind of like contributes. You know, yeah, with my mom, like anymore.
Yeah, this is the driver talking here on this tape. Not Melly, the driver.
What's his nickname? What do you call him? I'm sure you don't call him anything. What do you call him? Seth? How you spell that? S-A-K. S-A-K? And that's how he's known on social media as Seth? What about Chris Thomas?
Julie.
What?
Julie.
June?
Julie.
Julie?
No. Julie. J-U-V-Y.
J-U-V-Y? And what do you know him?
Just know it's my name.
My man?
My name. They call me my name.
My name? By your name?
Yeah.
Of course. Okay.
What are they laughing at?
Let me show you this real quick. Okay. I'm not a great artist, but this is the exit to I-75. Okay. You said you made it right here. These are the lights. This is the exit. This is Miramar Parkway. This is Chick-fil-A.
That's like the gas station. That's like the curb. You put that curb.
Yeah.
And
That goes like that. Yeah.
it's like on down. You know what I'm saying?
Huh?
On down.
So did you pass Chick-fil-A?
Yeah, I passed.
Did you pass this light here?
Yeah, that's what I was telling you. I passed.
Oh, so you passed that light?
Yeah, I got on down. That's what I was telling you. I got on down.
Did you hear the Chili's?
Where's Chili's? Like Polo Tropical.
Polo Tropical on the other side of 75.
No, they have one. They have a new one close to 172.
Hey, do me a favor.
Yeah, they have
Go to Google Maps. I can't do it on my phone. Awesome. Yeah, all right.
It's close to 172.
You know where the Target is at?
That's where the Polo Tropical.
Where the new Polo Tropical is being built?
That's the
Okay, the new one that's being built on Miramar Parkway? Did you get to that place?
Yeah, I got like around there.
Is that where the shooting happened?
Close to 172.
So you know where Target is at?
The target.
Okay, so is that where you were at? Where the shooting happened?
I was just telling y'all, that's why I got off the exit and stuff like that.
Okay, so you got off the exit. At this point, was there a car following you that you noticed prior to? Did you guys have a beef with anybody on the highway? Like a road rage type thing or anything? Okay, so now you get off, you pass Dykes. The shooting hasn't happened yet. Or did it happen yet?
You passed Chick-fil-A.
Did the shooting happen?
I got on past,
So at the time that you passed Chick-fil-A, did the shooting already happen or no?
No.
Okay.
He said at the time I passed it,
Yeah.
like a little after, you know what I'm saying, just a little after.
Okay, so you passed the light over here, the second light. After you pass the exit, there's a light there. You turn right, then there's an intersection there. So you were past the intersection, the shooting hadn't happened yet. Is that what you're saying?
And then I got right on past the light. Follow me? Right on past the light, sir. And no bullshit, bro. No bullshit. Oh my God. You know what I'm saying? And I swerved a little bit, hit the median, but the car's still rolling. And I'm still ducking. I'm trying not to be seen, you know what I'm saying? In the car.
Did you hit anything else other than the median? Because you got damage to the hood of your car.
Yeah, all this giggling and laughing and smiling is just weird. That's my heart rate monitor. You're hearing beeping, and it's about to flatline. We can make up our own story about what's on the recording.
After you pass, there's Chili's, then there's a park, Miramar Regional Park.
I think Chili's right?
Huh?
It's like you can't really see Chili's, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like a little bit hidden, because there's a little berm that kind of, there's a little shopping strip there. There's a whole bunch of little restaurants.
Little restaurant.
And then there's the regional park, and after the regional park is where the Target is at, and the new Pollo. We're just trying to figure out, for you to give us a little bit better pinpoint where you think it happened. Was it before the park or after the park? The regional park?
It was right.
Hey, how about if we get in front of your show? You want to do that?
He's sounding less and less confident of his story as he goes on. We're just trying to pinpoint it down where it happened, and I don't know. That's what it sounds like when the dogs cry.
I can't, it really did, right? I just seen these men in the car, dead.
You don't have a cell phone? Do you know where they live? Your friends?
They stay with us.
They stay with who?
They stay at the same place.
They stay at this house? Okay. How old are they? Who's 21? Anthony is 21?
Oh yeah, he's paying big for the lawyers.
You can't give me any names that was, you guys were beefing with your other friends on social media? Anything recently came up? I'm sure they're gonna talk to you about it.
We trying to, not really, because like,
What do you use for social media? What sites?
I use,
Yeah.
I just be on like Instagram, really. That's the only thing I be on. They be on everything else. They be on everything.
What's your Instagram name?
YNW. Yeah.
YNWM?
Huh? YNW band.
Band? BAND?
Yeah. May I ask me?
Just to help us figure out what's, if we're
Like the future stuff?
yeah.
I'm not really seeing it on my page. Like, my page is like,
Yeah, but then we'll get your friend's page, we'll get your friends.
oh, okay. Yeah, okay. I understand.
What about Anthony's? YNW?
SAK.
Sack
Sack
Chaser.
Chaser?
All together.
Again, if you're choosing a rap name, Sack Chaser should not be that unless you're like a woman.
Judy. What's YNW stand for?
It's SAK Chaser. Never go full Sack Chaser. Got Darth Vader on the tape here.
Yeah, and Chris and Anthony, are they both from Vero Beach too? Where they from?
Anthony's from that.
You don't have the parents, like Chris's mom's name or Anthony's mom's name or that?
Anthony's mom's name is, China.
Jana?
Yeah.
Jada? Jada or A? Thomas?
Sacks, Jeff.
Well,
I know it's money sacks, but still. Sack Chaser is not the most manliest of names.
Anthony's?
You do Money Chaser or Bank Chaser, just not Sack Chaser.
Do they live here or in Barrel? The mom?
Who lives with you at 18521 Southwest 44th Street?
Into Chanel. And, his brother.
Jamel brother?
Nah,
Plenty of sacks to chase in prison.
I
Yeah.
got, my cousin, Jehovah.
I'm honest to God catching about 10% of what they say to each other.
What's Jamel's last name? What is it?
Yeah, because all I'm hearing is, and then he, and then,
And they haven't had enough calls with me lately? Who? Your roommates.
I'm done what I'm saying, like everybody, then people been saying like stuff is squashed, stuff like that.
They said stuff was squashed?
People have said stuff is squashed.
Who was squashed? Joe saying, you know, helps us know a little better. Who were you beefing with that it got squashed? Who was that? What's the old homeboy's name? What is it? Bentley? That's his real name, that's just what we call him. That's his real name. And where's he from? Have you seen him down here recently?
We did get jumped in Walmart
When?
a couple months back, so like I don't know who kicked guys or
Which Walmart?
the Lord right here, Emerald Pine.
The Walmart close to the house?
Defense attorney looked like she's about to fall asleep. I wish I was falling asleep, but got to stick through this till the lunch hour.
Who jumped you? Was he inside the Walmart or out the parking lot? Who was it?
Some, I don't know, it was shit, I don't know the name.
You're talking about the Walmart on 184th
They said,
and Pine Boulevard?
they said they called.
Did you remember talking to the police that day or?
No, we didn't talk to police. We just left.
You just left? What was the beef was inside the store? When you say fought, just fist or anything else? Any weapons shown in there? Was it safe to say, you beat them?
We weren't really lucky. We got a few dicks and they stole, my homeboy's chain popped and they picked it up and they started flexing on Instagram.
So after the fight, they.
So this was on Instagram?
Yeah, they posted it on Instagram. I think they deleted it because
Who's that?
I think the person, the people that took it,
Mm-hmm.
I think they deleted the video, deleted their Instagram, all that, crazy.
Remember the names? What was the
Nah, that's
names?
what I'm saying, I ain't know who he was. Period, I forgot.
But you know it was, but you knew it was on social media posting.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I seen the post, but of course, anybody can go on Instagram, and you know what I'm saying, simply just go on Pembroke Pines, and beautiful link will pop up, you know what I'm saying? Or, it's like my homeboy, he's big, you know what I'm saying, he's big. You know what I'm saying, who's your homeboy? He's recording out. His name is Julian.
Does that live with you now? He's known?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
What are they looking at? What are they finding so funny? It's weirdly inappropriate. It may be something directly related to their case, but the optics are really, really bad.
Nobody was, it was I know it, you know what I'm saying? Almost you know how, okay, you know how you just go to the store or something, and alright, say you go in the store, and you just feel like something finna happen, you know what I'm saying? And your instinct tell you, and you just, you know what I'm saying? That's what happened, we just call them when they hit the corner, and it just happened like that, and they ran out the store when they got it.
Do you have any affiliation with any of the gangs? Nothing at all? What about your friends?
No, none of us affiliated with them. We just record ours.
Let me ask you, did you, huh? That's the keys to your car? Yeah, just put them over here. Have you fired a gun today?
Is that what?
You know they're gonna be able to tell, right? Okay. I'm asking you, I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just asking you, because if somebody was shooting at you, you know, and you shot back, that's self-defense. So there's nothing wrong with that, okay? Actually, the law allows you to do that. But I just want you to be straight up with me, okay? Because if we test your hands and stuff, it's gonna tell us if you shot a gun today.
I was shooting a gun today. I was shooting a gun today, so I was driving. Shooting a gun.
Are there gonna be any guns in the car?
Oh, it would be very helpful to have a transcript of this.
Were you guys just smoking out when you guys were in the car driving?
No, they no, he was like, when I got on close to the exit though, they was like, damn this, you know what I'm saying?
Well, because the car reeks, you know, of weed, so. Okay, I just wanna know, you know.
I'm saying real, I'm saying straight, like, I'm saying, cause I don't have any lie, like, you know?
Right. You guys doing any dope deal gone bad and that's why this happened?
And you guys work. How do you guys support yourself?
Coach, my homeboy is assigned to court.
Jamel?
Yeah. That's how you're paying for the rent for the house and utilities and everything?
Yes, sir.
Who's he signed with?
He signed up 300.
Hold up.
With 300?
Okay, I'll back up.
Yeah.
I was just resting there
That's a rental car?
on the table.
What's that?
Our manager.
Which one's your manager? What's his name?
It's like Frankie's something.
Your manager, you know?
I'm calling my nickname. I need to know his girl. And I just met him like this shit. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't gonna like just know the name. But his name is Trek.
Is what?
It's Trek.
Trek? T-R-E-K?
Yeah.
Boop. Beep. 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 Whatever it is, it needs to stop yesterday, whatever that beeping noise
Is
is.
there anything else you can provide us that's gonna help us for your friend's sake? This is the point, that anything you're involved in, anything illegal you tell us, it's fine. It's a wash at this point. But we need to know the full story for Anthony and Chris's sake.
Yeah, we don't care, man, as far as that. All we care about is your friends, who shot your friends, right? We're a homicide detective, so I don't care if you were doing a drug deal, I don't care if you had a beef with somebody. I'm just telling you, you know, I don't care any of that shit. All I care about is solving your friend's homicide.
It wasn't nothing like that, bro. I told y'all a story, and that's it, bro. I don't even talk about it. Like, bro, I told y'all. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know.
Okay, just so you know, right, because you're saying, well, I don't want to talk anymore. There's gonna be a lot more questions. You know, and we're not trying to piss you off. The thing is, we don't know your friends.
Yeah.
So the reason we have to ask all these questions, because the more we know about your friends, your lifestyle, your friend's lifestyle, your friends, his friends, and the circumstances surrounding today, the more, you know, the easier it's going to be for us to try and solve this. Okay, if we don't get any information, it's, let me throw this out to you, okay? And just be straight up, man, just be, this is an honest
Hello, fellow
answer,
youths. I'm
and
speaking your
I will
language.
respect you, okay, by just telling me the truth, even if it's something that I don't wanna hear, but I respect the truth rather than BS, okay? And it's a simple question. If you knew who did this, okay, you may or may not know. If you knew who did this, would you tell me? It's either a yes or no question. Answer.
Oh, someone's powering up the
Yeah, honestly.
the camera's
The truth.
flash. Someone's got a DSLR or regular old camera in chat.
You wouldn't?
You can hear the flash bulb go as it charges up.
Okay, I respect that. I respect that. Because you rather just handle it within you guys? Okay.
I don't know how I feel right now. Like, I'm so fucked up right now, like, I don't know. I'm sorry for my language, you know what I'm saying? It's dying. Like, this shit making me emotional, bro. Like, I ain't been asleep since yesterday, bro. You know what I'm saying? This shit just really just fucked me up, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Are they playing a Minesweeper? What? It's like they're doing something other than looking at the trial.
They goddamn took it over. You know what I'm saying? Took your shoes? Yeah, and I had to give them back. And I had to clean them up. They both took your shoes. My homeboy had them took them, and I had to go get them. And he had to fuck them up, man. I just cleaned them yesterday.
He stole from you?
He like some kind of like switched them out, like issues or nothing. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? He lives with you or something? Nah, he just came down there just to, you know what I'm saying, just to, because he makes music too. Mm-hmm. So he came down there just to, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, your house or at the recording studio? Hey, where's the recording studio at?
I don't know the exact like location, you know what I'm saying, because it was my first time being there. You know what I'm saying? They brought me there.
Alrighty, come on.
Give me some landmarks.
I know it was in the Dale, like that's probably
In the where?
In Fort Lauderdale. That's what I told you.
You know what exit off from 95? Do you get off 95?
They've been laughing, giggling, smiling, looking at the camera for like the entire hour, or however the hell long this has been going on. It's weird.
I had to go use their phone.
He looks like Russell from Fat Albert, like the little kid.
Yeah.
Chubby little kid. Or Brittany Griner, one of the two.
Well, trying to help, your friends. I know what happened. I know. So, I mean, with my friends,
It's just like, I can't, like, like, if you was there, and you was inside.
I understand, getting shot at, I'm sure it's not a.
Nicola Maxwell in the house. What's up, Nicola? Nicola Maxwell, my favorite little Scottish lass in the whole universe. Hey, what's up, girl?
To find out or help the police as much as possible, Because, listen, the bottom line is, man, I know you're mad and you want revenge and all that kind of stuff, but the reality is, what's it going to bring to you? A momentary satisfaction? I'm just saying,
Not for this. I mean,
a little bit of satisfaction, but then you get caught and then you end
it
up,
just doesn't play well to the jury.
in jail. Maybe you killed him, you're suffering or whatever is.
I mean, if she's told to stop and she keeps doing it, then there could be problems.
And you end up in jail. So who won? It's the truth, they win, because now instead of killing two people, they essentially kill a third, because once you go to jail for life for killing somebody, then your life is essentially over too, so, you know, you gave him the satisfaction of taking out the entire car.
I'm not thinking, you know, retaliation, man. I was trying to meet my mom and my sister. That's what I was trying to say. I ain't even trying to say. That's hurt. This hurt you get. You know what I'm saying? I hurt you get. The dude, two people you grew up with. You know what I'm saying? That shit hurt. How long have you known? Yeah.
Anthony and Chris, like how many years? 5 years? How did you guys meet? Was it school or was it school? Or just through music business? Huh?
Oh, good. Are they ending the interview?
With Your Honor's permission, may I publish,
Oh my God!
short
Thank
clip?
fuck.
It's in evidence, correct?
Yes.
You may.
Oh, thank Christ, that's over. That was rough, man. Oh, hooray! Part 2. You fool.
So you didn't get off on 75. I mean, you got off on 75 when you came down. You didn't get off, you didn't come from like 95 and get off on Hollandale.
I came from, okay, Fort Lauderdale, you drive 95 first, you get right on Sawgrass Expressway.
Right. You got 595.
Yeah, it's like Florida, it says Florida International, you know what I'm saying? And then I got on the expressway. I got on the expressway take you all the way to Miramar, you know what I'm saying? So I got
Okay, so you took 95 south, then you went, you saying 595?
595
to 75?
yeah.
And then south on 75 and got off on the Miramar exit off of 75. Okay, which is where the Bow Campers is and all that. Yeah, okay.
You said Bow Campers?
Bow Campers restaurant, Bow Campers.
I think it's lit up,
Yeah,
it's like a little
big restaurant, yeah, lake around.
Okay, I ain't know what it's called. Yeah.
All right, we'll draw some stuff here real quick and as soon as we're done, we'll take you home and drive off, okay?
Thank you, Council. Does that conclude the publication?
It does, Your Honor.
Thank you, Gary. Can you collect the transcripts from the ladies and gentlemen jury, please? Ladies and gentlemen, pass the
Right.
transcripts. Both of them.
Yeah, give them some transcripts because they sure as hell didn't hear a goddamn thing playing it over the microphone,
Yeah, logical place to take a break.
over the speaker. Sorry. Holy crap, that was rough. Again. Yeah, and
Yeah, more there.
we lost like 1,200 viewers, or like 200 viewers during that, man. That was rough.
Remember the admonition that I gave you
All right.
previously, you are not to discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case, don't allow anyone to discuss the case in your presence or, research. Just leave your notepad on your chair, we'll see your playback at 2:00, all right? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, have a nice one.
All right, it's lunchtime, which means it's pull the ripcord time for me. Let's look closer here at this. I don't even think that's real. I guess that's real stone because it's kind of got some groove, but that is ugly as hell. Let's just like get some contrast between the back wall, the judge's bench, and the side panels, and whatever. Just get a little bit of contrast between them. Anyway, that's enough of that. So we're at the lunch break now. We all survived that. That was, oh God, that was bad. And like I said, That took that took out about 200 people who didn't want to stick around for that nonsense. I don't know. What did you guys in chat get out of that? Let me get rid of the cuck cage. I don't need that here. Pretty much, he was changing his story. The driver was changing his story. They're saying, "Tell us who really did it." We're on your side. We want to help you get back. That's all I got out of it. Literally, I tried to, because I've got a weird hearing thing anyway from being a radio DJ for years and listening to things way too loudly. So there's like a certain little frequency that I don't pick up a lot of the things, and like white noise makes it worse. Like too much ambient noise just kind of makes it worse. What did you get? Yeah, the cops don't believe his story. Yeah, pretty they laugh. Yeah, we got that from the defendant. The tape was the driver of the car, the other defendant who was being tried separately. But yeah, for anyone who paid much attention to it, a headache, I would imagine. Have you lost your marble? The stone is nice. You're just taking it for granted. Yeah. Oh, porcelain. I don't ban people, but that's just about a bannable offense. I flaked out, to be honest, but it was super weird having that playing in the background while I was half asleep. It's not you, Jeff. I heard none of that. No, I'm trying to see, we pool the collective conscience. Just to see, because I probably heard things that you didn't hear, and you probably heard things that I didn't hear, and they probably heard things that neither of us heard. I was just kind of like taking the collective conscience here and see if we can sort of put together a good picture of what may have actually been discussed. Oh, yeah, we're on your side, man. We'll help you out. So he was basically, snitch on the guy. Tell us what really happened. We searched, we looked for things, we couldn't find anything. You're changing your story, you're telling different things. We want to help you. Just tell us what really happened, etc., etc., etc. I need to hear more evidence, but you're going to hear a hell of a lot more evidence. That was the morning session of a month of trial, so settle in. Leafy Fifi who says, I heard none of that. Oh, well, then I guess I didn't hear too much more than other people. And anyway, let's see what we've got going for the super chats here before we decide what we're doing for the future. Isaac Kazakhs. Isaac, we'll say Isaac. Isaac, bringing the $10 super chat. Thank you so much for that. Deeply, deeply appreciated. You know, it's a weird case when the defendant has the victim's names tattooed on his face, both of them, since before they died. Effing strange. I do have to give you that. And Aaron with a $5 super chat. XOXO Puckwudgie UFOs for freedom. We need the Puckwudgie UFOs. That's the thing. Drow on, bring in the popcorn for €5. See, I said euros, didn't say pounds this time. EG Rise 20. New member. EG Rise is the newest member of the Clean and Sober crew. Thank you so much for joining the Clean and Sober crew of membership. And we'll be having a members only stream very soon. Tank Rat, take out $10 more. Tank Rat, today is Vice Racks. Unless somebody wants to beat the $100 super chat in the next couple of minutes. Been listening, and it sounds like this boot violated rule number 1. Don't talk to the police without a lawyer. Husky89HU, let's watch the music video, Jeff. I'll watch it tomorrow in the office and see. And Kevin Casares says, what now? People can't talk to their lawyers and laugh at what the shitty job the police hadn't own investigation. I don't know if you're being facetious or not there, but nah, they can laugh all they want. There's literally nothing wrong with it. They can laugh, especially if they're laughing at the bad investigation the cops did or the dumb questions. But that's not what it looks like. Just laughing like that just looks really, really bad to the jury, especially if you're the defendant, especially if you're one of the lawyers. It just looks bad. There's no way that looks good to any of the jurors. But, oh, look, the defendant, at least he's not stressing this out. At least he's not, taking this too seriously. So yeah, it's really bad, in my view. In my opinion, it's really, really bad that the lawyer is laughing and the defendant is laughing. Nothing good will come out of it. Nothing will be helpful. That will help nothing. Nobody's gonna go, oh, they're laughing, so I guess they didn't do it. Because if you don't do it. Keep your courtroom decorum. All right. Well, that takes us up to the end of the super chats and all of the starred comments and whatnot. We've been doing this 4 hours and 11 minutes. They're on the lunch break. So what we're gonna do? This is how we're gonna do it. It's now 2 a.m. here. It is time for me to get some sleep, to get the batteries recharged for tomorrow. Tomorrow we will start at 9 a.m. Eastern. That's what time court starts. We will start at 8 a.m. Eastern time here in Florida. That would be, it's 9 p.m. my time. So that'd be 1 p.m. UK time and 10 p.m. Australia Eastern Standard Time. So we'll start then. So we'll start an hour earlier than court, and I'll listen to the afternoon session in the office, and if it's more of this crap, then we can skip right through it pretty easy, and we'll try to stay as close as possible to the courtroom. So that's my plan, is to try to get through the morning, the afternoon session and the afternoon session of today and the morning session of tomorrow within the course of tomorrow, and then repeat that every day. Fridays, there's no court. We'll play catch up. We can play catch up on Fridays and the weekends and bring us up to speed on every Monday. So again, we'll start an hour earlier than normal at 8 a.m. Eastern time. We will get through the morning session as quickly as possible and try to catch up. I'm sorry, I'm not being clear. I'm tired. We will get through the afternoon session of the previous day as quickly as possible and try to catch up real time with the morning session at some point. And we'll just lather, rinse, and repeat as we go through the day. As long as you're interested in it, we'll do this trial. It seems like it could be really interesting if we fix the audio system. Usually it takes them a day or two to work out the audio. So I'm sure there'll be audio improvements tomorrow. And they've got to do something about playing those tapes. They've got to do something, because that is unacceptable. But like I said, if it's on replay, I would have skipped through that entire thing. We would have just instantly fast forward through it and saved an hour. So I think doing this the next day, it's going to allow us to streamline it as much as possible. Let me see who or what is happening live here. Now it's the lunchtime. So they're going to be back in 1 hour and 10 minutes. So until then, we can turn you loose. Guys, but before we turn you loose, well, while I'm getting you set up to turn loose to somebody's got to be streaming right now. Let's see. Go to live in my studio here. Live. Customization, redirect, add. Oh, we've got Law Talk with Mike live. So let's do that, shall we? Let's send you over to Law Talk with Mike. When we get over there, let Law Talk with Mike. Looks like Law Talk with Mike is going with a Sit in Kansas stream. So let Law Talk with Mike know that, hey, Legal Vices sent you. So that's what we're going to be doing. Kurt is apparently not live. He's not on my redirect thing here, so it's upcoming. He's not doing it live right now. He's upcoming. So Law Talk with Mike is where we're going. And then you can go wherever you want from there. Super big thanks to the mods today. Give the mods a big round of applause. The mods deserve it. The mods are being super awesome. They're great. Chat, you guys are awesome. 803 of you here. We had 1,400 people at one point. Thank you, people in the chat. Thank you, viewers. Come back tomorrow. We're an hour before 8 a.m. Eastern time. We'll catch up. We'll talk more about it, and we'll do things well. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate your generosity with the super chat. And let's see what we can go moving on. The Vice Squad chat is the best chat on the internet, hands down. Again, thanks for the generosity. Thanks for the super chats. Thanks for your support. Thanks for your subscribers. We got 1,136 likes today. And how are we on subscribers? We're 6 short. We are 6 short of my goal of 36,700. If any of you 766 still here haven't subscribed, just do me that one little tiny favor on your way out and click that subscribe button. Give me 6 measly more subscribers so that I can go to sleep with a smile on my face. And then we'll do it all tomorrow. Go on over to Law Talk with Mike. Good night, Strawberry. Strawberry's been checked out for hours already. Strawberry, the dog, the English Bulldog, is on the sofa, where she will be tomorrow if we hit the goal. Until then, tell Law Talk with Mike. It's a Legal Vices raid. Thanks for joining me, everybody. Love you all. Take care. See you all tomorrow. Law Rax saying, enjoy your legal vices. Peace out.